Well now, he is an old one. Almost as old as me.
This is classic Metal Gear Solid. Game ago. On the piano. It's kind of it gives it kind of a Final Fantasy tone to me. Like it's Metal Gear Solid by way of Final Fantasy X or something. I know it's pretty bloody beautiful. But I mostly bought it for the cover art, which is just outstanding. It's like a super massive collage of everything Metal Gear. It's a really, really nice poster that happened to come with a beautiful piano arrangement. As it was. No, I've got every other fucking Metal Gear, everything. I gotta have it, don't I? It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's beautiful. This one's all Peace Walker, Phantom Pain. It is a really noisy pressing though. I don't know if it's just my speakers or my ear. I did test it with my headphones. That's how much it was annoying me actually. There's like a layer of background noise underneath it, and it's quite quiet, the piano as well. Like it's just down mixed quite low. So can you hear that? Depending on what kind of headphones you're using or whatever, you might there's just this noisy layer there, even when there's no sound, or supposed to be no sound, which is frustrating. But what are you gonna do? What the fuck are you gonna do, huh? Focus on that piano. You have an insane collection of vinyls, and I'm absolutely jealous of it. Thank you, thank you. It's one of my most proud fucking achievements in life. Collecting massive quantities of other people's music. Fuzz in the mid-range. There you go. Nachos knows what he's talking about. It's very quiet, but absolutely annoying.
Rejoice, fellow expletives, for one of our executioners is returned. Take up arms, warrior. The battle rages.
Flame Cyborg. 125, mate. A cunt and a quarter. Look at that. What an absolute legend. Thanks, dude. Cheers. How you going? Good to see you. Hope you're ready for some Legacy of fucking Kain, mate. The gripping conclusion, I hear, to a 5-game series with a 6th game added recently. Just last month. That is better left not included as part of the series, I'm hearing. I'm still going to play it. But I hear it's a rough one. Very quiet, but absolutely annoying. Yeah. It's actually not so bad on this one because the piano's going fucking hard. But on the quiet ones, like Love Theme and that, it's really like there. What a shock. Yeah, I know, right? 2D side-scrolling platformer filler with not animated drawn art cutscenes, and none of the original voice actors and none of the writers from either of the original teams working together to create some piece of shit filler that's been shredded, absolutely shredded by the community. Good, Plodsky, good. Good to see you this morning. You're up late last night, up again this morning. I'm great, mate. I'm great. I don't feel sick anymore. Still a little, But I'm going easy. I'm feeling good. I'm also having a cup of coffee. My one cup of coffee that I'm allowed to have. I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to have that. We'll see. But I gotta tell you, the less of something you're allowed to have, the better it fucking tastes. The 2018 MGS Wonderful art book that's going for $400. Yeah. I do have a number of art books and stuff, but I don't really care for them too much. I just don't ever look at them, you know? I feel like a lot of the stuff that I buy and procure and collect is just going to be shit that my children have to garage sale off when I'm dead, you know? It's not getting any value. And art books, right up there at the top of most useless shit that I store in this house. Second would be Xbox 360 games. just like 3 full cabinets of Xbox 360 games that are never ever getting played again, because I already got them all on Steam now or some shit, you know. I'm just never pulling them out. Maybe I will. I hope I will. But they're just there. They're just there taking up space. Vinyl. Vinyl is an absolute pleasure to collect, because I always put it on. Even I keep the bluey one out now. It's always here, because me and Arthur listen to it every fucking day. He loves the bluey fucking album. Every time the bluey song comes on, same as his brother. Dancing around like crazy, you know? And it's really, really good fucking quality vinyl. Like the expanded edition of the intro song and stuff is an absolute fucking banger. It's just good. It's good quality. It's good art. It's good. And the kids love it. Got my first vinyl record. I was meaning to ask you on your recommendation of players. Oh, yeah? Look, I've only had 2 and they were both Audio Technicas. One was like a real basic bitch. Don't need an amp. You just push a button and the needle goes over where it wants, and then when it's finished, it plays the whole thing again. So if you're starting out and you're not feeling very confident, and depending on, like, have you got some big fuck off speakers you're connecting, or are you going to use headphones? You know, depends on what your setup's going to be. But if you want to go basic bitch, get a push button automatic turntable with Bluetooth, and just connect your fucking headphones wirelessly to it. And you know, your shit'll work and you'll be able to use it. And then from there, speakers. But those, well, if you're gonna go speakers and you're planning on getting nice ones, well, then you want to go up. Fuck the automatic shit. You want a belt drive, I think they call them. It's been a while since I did my record shopping. But the idea is you balance the needle with the counterweights. It'll tell you how to set it all up. It's pretty set and forget, to be honest. I've only ever counterweighted mine once, and it still sounds great, to my ear anyway. And then, you know, you pick the needle up and you put it down, and then you press play, and you can put it down on which song you want. And then you need a preamp. My preamp is just an ePhono box. It's just a little piece of shit plastic, honestly. I actually know what electronics are in it now from the reading that I've done, and it's pretty cool how they work. But it's just boosting a signal, basically, so that you can hear it. A little Focusrite. Yeah, I don't know what the Focusrite ones are. Unless you mean like the audio interfaces, the Focusrite audio interfaces. They might do it. But your speakers will need a receiver, and that'll have a preamp built into it. Your record player can connect directly to to that same preamp through the receiver if it's got a phono input. If not, then you buy a separate little box. It's all just about boosting the signal. But yeah, if you want to do it properly, speakers, good receiver that's got a record player input on the back. It'll have like a little grounding pin and a left-right channel. I think that's probably the best way to do it. I would do it that way if this outputted to the stream, but it doesn't, so I gotta kind of circumvent it. You know what I need? The vinyl for The Lion King? Can You Feel the Love Tonight was my crying song as a baby. As soon as the chorus hit, my lip would go apparently. Oh yeah? It just it hit you in the right spot. Have you seen it? No, not the film, fuckhead.
He is an old...
Have you seen The Lion King?
Almost as old as me.
Oh, you gotta see it, man. It's great. No spoilers. G'day, Matt. How are you, mate? 78 months. What's going on, cunt? I wanted to share that I went to my first Carpenter Brute show last Saturday. What an experience that was. Even dragged 2 friends with me and they loved it. Fuck yeah, dude. I hear he puts on an absolute fucking performance, mate. Brilliant. Good to see you, dude. Thank you. I wish I'd gone to one. Maybe someday. Yeah, dude. The 30th anniversary Zoetropes. I got a Death Stranding one of these recently, and there's a Nightmare Before Christmas one that's really cool as well. But yeah, if you need a strobe light, or you can capture it with a camera at 30 FPS, fuck with it a bit, and that'll also get it to animate. Yeah, put a strobe light on it. There you go. Yeah, you can do it with a cam as well. If you've got, you've got a streaming setup, so you can just fucking cam it and then look at the thing. Zoetrope, I think. Zoetrope. Yeah, Zoe. There you go. So I got the Death Stranding 2 original score, not the soundtrack. Came with the Zoetrope 1, one of those Chrysalis evolutions. It's not a particularly good one. This is fucking awesome. I wonder if there's videos of cunts fucking spinning it. Yeah, there you go. Fuck off. Play. Don't be a cunt. All these fucking mini fucking phone format fucking... All right. There we go. Banger. Look at Scar fucking walking out, mate. Yeah. So, I just thought, you mentioned Lion King, the Lion King vinyl, the 30th anniversary Lion King vinyl happens to be worth picking up if you can get a copy. I still gotta get speakers for my monitor setup for my PC. I hope you do. It's a fucking game changer, man. When it comes to playing video games at your computer, couple good speakers and a nice big fucking subwoofer, and all of a sudden your video games just get another dimension added to them. Surround sound's pretty fucking nice too, but it's not as big an upgrade, in my opinion, as it is going from like headphones to your whole room having sound and bass. It's very, very big. There's a Bluey vinyl, My Girls Will Lose Their Minds. It's a good one. It's a really good one. There's actually a few, I think. This one's got the extended version of the opening song, where after it does everyone's name, it does all the instruments, and then it plays the song again in each instrument, violin, saxophone, etc. It's really good, Sass. Have you played New Vegas? Yeah, I played it mostly on a train to Cologne once, believe it or not. I liked it. I'm doing a lightly modded playthrough, having a blast. Yeah, I liked it. I don't know that I ever want to play it again, but this is back when it came out, or near enough too. And well, back then, I mean, Fallout 3 was still appealing to me as well. So this was just a nice follow-up. And then all the news of what happened to Obsidian from Bethesda came out, which kind of soured the whole thing. And then Fallout 4 and then Fallout 76, and a lot's happened since then. And the word Fallout is associated with a lot of pain and grief, sadness. I don't know if I could still hit it and enjoy it, but it was really good. I heard the second season of the television show is set around, Sorry, did I just talk through that whole fucking thing? I didn't even notice. I was scrolled up looking at chat. Sorry, Wolf. Anyway. Oh, I did see the announcement of the Legacy of Kain board game. You and fucking Hope both called it a board game. You're wankers. It's a tabletop role-playing game. It's not quite a fucking board game. Okay? You get a book. And with that, you create a world. And stories. I don't know. It's a Dungeons and Dragons, right? I just spent heaps on the Brandon Sanderson one for the Cosmere. I don't know if I need another one. Not for what it probably cost me $400 or something, with shipping to get it out here. I don't know. They do have some backer kit versions that have another book with them. Like, it's really, really nice Legacy of Kain lore book with it. It's pretty gorgeous. But and I'm very much enjoying my Legacy of Kain. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know. Been in the work for a year now. I'm glad to see it's finally complete and the orders are over. Exactly. I was looking at the backer kit from it. I guess it came out after the Sanderson one, the Cosmere one. I didn't even know. Anyway, thanks for the heads up on it. I don't think I'm going to buy it, as gorgeous as it is. It really is pretty. I just don't, yeah. I snagged the full early collection early bird of the board game. I can share the book in Discord. It's not a board... It's not a board game. Any more than fucking Dungeons and Dragons is a board game. But good on you. Does that... The book in Discord or something? Yeah. Because there's one with 2 books. Is that the one you got? It's a gimmick for sure. Who wants to run a strobe to listen to some tunes? But honestly, great for streaming. Yeah. Pretty cool for fucking streaming. Agreed.
Fellow expletives. For one of our executioners is returned.
There he is.
Take up arms, warrior. The battle rages.
Did it play the little Kain bit when you popped it, Big Bad Wolf? I can't hear it. I gotta figure out a way that I can hear that shit. For some reason, I can't fucking get it working. It didn't play it.
Now.
Oh no.
He is an old one. Almost as old as me.
I have to fix that. Hey Dusty, how are you, mate? What's going on? Thanks, brother. Appreciate the subs, boys. Big, girthy, fat dick subs. The only kind we've got left these days. Just a bunch of old fucks, aren't we? But we're still going. Yeah, I don't know why that's not procking. There's no reason why it would have stopped.
Take help where it is offered. But I've always found that help
I figured out the reason.
Take help where it is offered. Yet I've always found that help offered when not needed is usually no help at all.
Yeah. Figured out the reason. Wrong scene. I've been buying more games to play in person, and my latest purchase was Blood on the Clock Tower. Such a sick game. Just tough to get everyone's schedules free to play it. Yeah, I never heard of that one. That's awesome. Is it a TTRPG kind of thing or a board game? Or... And yeah, Tax, not digital and physical. No, there's another book. Like a full Legacy of Kain lore book written by a game journalist, or I think it was an actual journalist. That's being bundled together with it on backer kit that I saw. But that's right. I know the one you're talking about. That's the game book, yeah, which is cool as fuck. And it's fine. There's no need to share it because honest to God, like if I was going to read it, it's because I want to play it and create a story within that world, right? And well, yeah, maybe. Oh, you did get the full collection, including the law book. All right, those are the two books I'm talking about, not digital and physical. Nice. That second book looks like a good fucking read. Outside the TTRPG. That's awesome, dude. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, mate. It's a little too intense. I didn't grow up with Legacy of Kain. I'm just coming into it now. I'm not ready to dump. Well, the both of them is probably $600 or something, you know. I'm not ready to throw down that kind of money on a couple of books just yet. Yeah, no worries, Sax. But I'm glad that there's genuine life being breathed into that world. It's kind of a big step forward for something like Legacy of Kain. I'll have to talk to Dennis about it next time we hang out. Must be pretty crazy, the journey that he's had. Quiet's theme, gorgeous. With his story, with the story that they created way back when. Now having TTRPG, like now people are going to be making their own stories in that world. That's pretty cool. It's like 200 USD. I'm enjoying it with my D&D group of 6. Fuck yeah, man. That's not too bad. And yeah, you got a D&D group? Fuck yes. I don't. So I'm thinking, I've already got 2 nice, big, girthy, full, complete tabletop RPGs out there that aren't getting used at all. Luckily, I'm playing some Warhammer now. That's nice. Hopefully tomorrow. So I'll hold off this time. But it sounds fucking cool. Making a story in this world. Whew. In Nosgoth. Get that burger in you, Dusty. Good on you, mate. I was watching last night's VOD. I was stuck on that damn puzzle for hours. The frustrating part is it ruins late game puzzles with step-by-step instructions, but nothing for the early game ones where you're still learning the game mechanics. Really? It's Crimson Desert he's talking about, by the way. That's fucking... That's fucked. I'm sure I'll continue whinging about it the more we play it. I'm playing Pragmata tonight, though, for a sponsored segment. And that could end up being, you know... Speaking of, I gotta make sure I got that. That could end up being, really fucking sick, and then I keep playing that. That's what happens. Social deduction, similar to Werewolf or Mafia, but way more in depth. Crazy rolls for everyone, and you can still participate even if you die. Oh, no. Because I don't typically go for those social deduction ones, but a more involved one, I can see it happening. Yep, I do have a key for it. I just forgot to put it in. Very nice. Get that ready. Yeah, there she is. I also got Mouse PI, which came out last night. I don't know if any of you guys got into that. I remember it being a big kind of thing because it had that kind of Cuphead vibe about it, and everyone was like, "What the fuck? This looks sick," and it looks sick. And then they partnered with Twitch to do the Twitch party here in Australia. So it had kind of like Mouse PI graphics up over the Twitch party. So I was pretty smashed that night. Drinking, you know, Pog Champs or what, and fucking lulls. What drinks named after emotes because of fucking course they were. And yeah, getting into this shit. I knew I was gonna play it when it comes out, so I'm gonna be. I guess I'll do this Sunday night. I might even just get on tomorrow night. No, I can't. I'm gonna be playing Warhammer tomorrow night. If I'm not playing Warhammer tomorrow night, then I'm playing this tomorrow night. Otherwise, Sunday. And then tonight, Pragmata. And then next week we figure out which of these 10, 15 games that I'm going to keep playing. I don't know. It's just so many games now. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Yeah. Oh, hey, YouTube. I'm trying to finish up watching the Highlander series. I'm on the last season. I didn't even know there was a Highlander series. No shit. I've got the original. I bought the 4K release of the original film with Sean Connery and Christopher Lambert. That's all I need. I think I always enjoyed Highlander 2. I think it was 2, maybe 3, because John C. McGinley, who plays Dr. Cox in Scrubs, was in it, and that always titillated me.
Ah, yes, the smell of proper devotion. Welcome back, old friend.
We've missed you.
We've missed you.
Gaboon for 30 months. What's going on, cunt? Cheers, brother. Good to see you. The TV series is daytime TV. The Highlander series was terrible. Okay, good. I got Twitch chat's got my back when YouTube's out there fucking talking shit. Nah, fair enough. He never said it was good. He just said he was finishing watching it up. Fair enough. Good on you, Tax. I'm looking forward to getting the kids in and getting. I'm in my 50s, you know. I see a big resurgence of tabletops for me, and I'll buy a old used secondhand copy of the Legacy of Kain one from you then, and we'll be laughing. G'day, Reapin. How are you, mate? You're at work. Nice. Did you hear about Jake Septic Eye? You said Jack Septic Eye. I thought it was Jake, but you know that's pretty good lead-in for my opinion on this. Making a Bloodborne movie. He's also making another movie with Alana Pierce, who I don't really go for, to be honest with you. Another like a shitty horror movie. And then when you say making, and that's how it was described to me the first few times as well. He's producing a Bloodborne film, which means they're using his money. I don't know what kind of role this cunt is going to have. He's certainly not writing it or directing it, so I don't know why his face is plastered on everything and everyone's talking about it like his project. That doesn't usually happen. Did you know Bob Bridges is producing the new Transformers film? Who? What? Oh, some random fucking billionaire CEO cunt that nobody knows? No, it's not how it works. Nobody gives a fuck who's producing the fucking film. Who's writing it and directing it? Well, I mean, yeah, that who's starring in it? These things might mean something. But look, I don't know these YouTubers. The fact that there is a YouTuber producing a Bloodborne film with Sony is pretty wild shit, you know? It's pretty 2020s. If only we knew, you know, what we were in store for. It's a crazy fucked up world. Markiplier blazed a fucking trail with his film? Maybe. Yeah. I haven't seen Iron Lung, although I've heard pretty good things. I've heard others say that it's just, you know, absolute fucking nonsense, and the only reason it had any successes at all is because it's YouTube blasting. My kid's favorite show is The Amazing Digital Circus, which is a YouTube show that's also on Netflix. It's an animated show with 6 episodes, I think. And the last episode, which is coming out shortly, is going to be in cinemas. I'm not sure if it's a full feature-length film. I presume that it is, being the finale and being in cinemas. And they're doing a push at the moment to get more cinemas involved. They're actually an Australian group, Glitch, and they're trying to get Australian cinemas on board with pushing it as well. And that's that. I'm a bit old and cynical when it comes to this sort of shit, but the idea of like, I'm trying to find a way to, you know, appreciate this new movement of it's not like I have any love for the old film industry and the people who run it, you know, the Warner Bros. And the fucking, I don't know, the cartel of film developers, you know. I don't have any allegiance to these people and the way that they do things. In fact, the way that they do things is usually pretty fucking shit as far as I'm concerned, and I have no qualms with the new generation of kids who have way too much fucking money because their YouTube channels took off because they made some cool content and an algorithm favored the particular thing that they were doing, and bang, you know, overnight millionaires all over the fucking place. And they love the video games that we love as much as we love them. So, I mean, shit, something could happen. I trust he's going to make a great Bloodborne movie. Yeah. If he has the kind of creative control over it, like who's writing it, who's directing it, yeah. I don't want to get excited, but I think it was based on I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Adds a bit more intrigue. Yeah, okay. I don't know if I would say that it was based on that. I don't know how much of that comes through, but sure. I've seen every episode more than once. It's fine. It's better than any of the slop that he'd be watching on YouTube, you know. And although this is a YouTube production, we don't watch it on fucking YouTube. If we do, it's not like watching YouTube. To watch YouTube is these days to watch, you know, infinite fucking shorts and regurgitated content. It's a different thing. I don't know. I'm curiously and cautiously optimistic that the next generation of people to produce cinema is the YouTuber generation of yesteryear. Because it's not the current YouTuber generation, is it? Markiplier, Jack Septiceye, whatever the fucking name is. They're kind of the old guard YouTube.
Ooh,
It's not like Logan Paul's doing a Bloodborne movie.
back for more,
It could be.
are we? Good.
We could live in that timeline. It's not a stretch, you know? I didn't play much Bloodborne, but I saw my friend play it on Twitch, and I was watching on my phone while I was taking a shit for 5 minutes, and I thought, fuck man, that game's got a really cool vibe. I'm gonna make a movie out of it. We could be in that world. I don't think we are. So cautiously optimistic as far as I'm willing to go, but I wish the cunts all the fucking best. Both Markiplier and Jacksepticeye and Alana Pierce's fucking new horror company, which will probably just be trying to squirt out the same filthy fucking horror B-grade slop that people have been eating up for 30 years in the new, you know, whatever. I'm not. If it wasn't an IP from FromSoft, I don't think I like Iron Lung. It didn't come by me. Had I been an Iron Lung fan, it might have really grabbed my attention. If they keep doing this though, sooner or fucking later, something's gonna come by that's like my whole shit, right? And I'm gonna have a dog in the race. But I'm not quite sure I do right now. Bloodborne's a little too. I mean, I love it. It's my second favorite game of all time, but I don't like talking about it. There's a stigma attached to Bloodborne, and that stigma is normie tourist wannabe gamer pieces of fucking shit think that they're gamers because they played Bloodborne, and they don't like it because it doesn't have 60 frames per second. Like there's too much of that filth surrounding Bloodborne for me to be for me to feel like I'm attached to it, I guess, to attach to that IP. I'm more like standoffish with it these days. I don't want to be associated with fucking Bloodborne and the weirdness. There's just the total fucking weirdness of the world around Bloodborne these days doesn't do anything for me. That's the hope. If they allow him to say anything, I bet Jack could crush it. However, that's if they let him, instead of making slop that well, that's the thing. Sony's still involved, isn't it? What the fuck have Sony done in the last half decade? Released a new video game console that didn't have any video games on it. Released another version of that same console with higher specs, so you could continue to not play any of the video games that aren't on it. And that doesn't have a disc drive. The only thing the fucking thing's good for is playing your PS4 games from last generation at a better frame rate, and it doesn't have a fucking disc drive for you to put the fucking PS4 games that you bought in it. What? Movies, Sony has been missing a bunch. Wait, you think games Sony has been hitting? Is that what you're saying? Because they haven't. God of War Ragnarok was not a successful video game. The second Horizon, nobody has ever said anything about ever. Sony haven't hit on anything ever. Well, not this generation anyway. The increase in prices of the PS5s because the graphics card, I don't even know, man. You look at what films they love, they cite loving, what films get past those 4-hour-long reviews. No Country, The Lighthouse, Clockwork Orange, the cerebral and weird films. Part of me feels a cultural turn, a course correction to complex themes and movies not made for money, but made because I wanted to make this movie. Yeah, well, they've got the money for it, so yeah. Hopefully they can. Oh, was Morpheus a Sony one? There you go, nice. The Spider-Mans, yeah, because they still have the license to Spider-Man specifically. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have my fucking finger on the pulse of Spider-Man intrigue, but I haven't heard anybody give a fuck about it. The animated Spider-Man films. Well, the first one anyway. Second one was a little, I don't know. Horizon got overshadowed by Zelda, Elden Ring, and then Zelda again. Yep. Ghost of Tsushima, yeah, that was over half decade ago, and they didn't follow it, right? No one gives a fuck about Yotai. No one. Death Stranding 2 kind of just vanished from sight. No, Sony's big experience games. Maybe they're doing fine. Maybe they're doing just fine. But I don't feel like they ever seem to have anything in the tank for a sequel. Every sequel they try to, they just, we made something that people liked. Let's make the same thing again, but worse. Seems to be the only strategy they've got. Yokai was fun, but like it was more of the same. Yep. Yeah. The PSVR 2 was a huge flop. I've been experiencing a lot of PSVR 2 stuff with my kid. And like when it works, it's great, particularly that you can connect it to a PC, although I'm sure they weren't happy about that. Which reminds me, Sony's big, let's put all our games on PC. Wait a second, that didn't work. Strike that, reverse it, you know. All of a sudden, no more PC games from Sony. No. No. We didn't like that. The only thing I've really noticed with the PSVR is that most of the games are exclusive to the Meta Store. And although there are hacks to get around that, the hacks only work on games that are exclusive to the Meta Store that were built for PC. Any of the ones that were built for Meta don't work with the hack. So, I don't know. I think it's the Oculus or something, right? I just feel like they have no exclusives that anybody gives a fuck about. And if you don't have any exclusives, what the fuck have you got? You might as well be in the PC market, right? Yeah, Ghost of Yotaro is fun, but same as Tsushima. That's what I mean. They keep making these games and then they're following up with just the same shit. I liked Death Stranding 2 for the most part, but it was more of the same, yeah? I guess you could say the same thing about Ragnarok if you played that. In fact, maybe even less. From what I hear, people liked Ragnarok less than the other one. They can pretend it's Meta or Sony, it's Valve, they're pushing it, but there's one industry pushing VR, and they're the ones making the big bucks and designing crazy new tech. You talk about Valve, I assume. I thought Meta bought up all the licenses, and now I don't know what's going on with their store anymore. I'm talking porn. Oh, I didn't think about that. You are you a VR porn user? I'm a married man. I can't be getting the VR out for porn. This is too much. I'm already like one ear, one eye open, hearing out for people coming down the fucking hallway. What if I had a VR rig? Yeah, nah, fair. Okay. I figured, because they had the PSVRs for like 400 AU a bit ago, you know. I figured you'd have fucking snapped one of them up. Stick your fucking overseas girlfriend's fucking head on it or something and fucking VR your life away, you know. I don't know what you weirdos are up to, but I figured VR would help bridge a gap, you know. VR plus AI, you might as well be in the same country, you know. PS5 Pro's going up to 900 starting April 2nd. It makes me want to just throw a brick at them. I'm not getting one. Hopefully Saros runs nice on the PS5 OG. Death Stranding 2 did. It ran like fucking butter. And I imagine, given that Housemarque look to be just remaking fucking Returnal again anyway, that it'll run fine on the base PS5. I hope. We'll see. It's not going to be coming to PC by the look of it, and I ain't getting a fucking Pro unless they release one with a fucking disc drive in it, so... I'm about to hit a wall with Sony, where it's like, oh, you guys have got exclusives that I really, really want to play. But I ain't sucking any dick to play them. I got too much other shit to play. VR plus AI. Why even have a girlfriend at that point? I mean, fair enough. I was thinking if you do have a girlfriend, but you don't get to see them very often, which a lot of my friends do. Feels like it'd bridge a gap. I'd rather Sony just make movies anyway. Their games are borderline movies as it is. That's true. That's why they want the interactive experiences, right? They don't really want video games. In fact, their audience don't really want video games either. That's why story mode was brought in, yeah? It's about interact. If you take Spider-Man by Insomniac, Sony's the Sony Spider-Man game, that's the model, you know? It's quick time events, and then it's combat that's basically just a quick time event that doesn't have much nuance to it. It's just, you know, you can press buttons and get through to the next big explosive cutscene, and it all feels very smooth and very crisp and very action-packed, and that's what they want. It's popcorn cinema for video games. And there's a place for it. Sony certainly capitalized on it. But I don't know how they see things moving forward if they just keep releasing the same shit with another number on it. I guess we'll find out. What's the next one? Spider-Man and Wolverine or some shit? People will be pumped as fuck for that. People will be rushing out to the stores for that. Theoretically. They'll just be downloading it, the digital copies for sure. But like, they're going to want that shit. They're going to eat it up. Whether or not it's just the same shit again, or if they actually manage to make something meaningful, yeah. Saros will be the next good exclusive. It's coming up soon. Yeah, that's Returnal 2. Yeah, well, that's exactly it. It'd probably just be more of the same. Yeah, it really does look like a Returnal 2. Maybe that's okay. Because Sony didn't get too involved, or because Housemarque had a really good concept and an idea of what they wanted to do with it, but I don't know. Didn't realize, no more Sony games on PC. It was an experiment. It's over. No more limited, like time-limited releases, apparently. That's the scuttlebutt. Anyway, I don't know if there's been a confirmed statement from Sony, but what I've been hearing, I should clarify, is that there will not be any more Sony releases on PC. That they're not vibing the reception that they get on PC. Did you like the live-action Spider-Man movies? No. I'm a 40-year-old man. If so, which actor do you go for most out of the three? Well, I guess I mean when I was growing up, they had the OG films, and you know what? At the time, there really weren't any comic book films, you know. So it's Tobey Maguire. I thought what's his name? Garcia? Is it Andy Garcia? Andy Garland? Anthony Garland? Andrew Garland? I think it's just Andy Garland. Maybe it's somewhere around there. It's in the vicinity. Garfield. Andrew Garfield. Yeah, that's what I said. I thought that one was a bit of a giggle, you know, like it was a good take on like, you know what it felt like? It felt like when they do an OVA for an anime. Like you watch an anime and it's sick, and then they release it again. But they're like, no, this one's actually true to the fucking manga. It felt like that, you know? But they didn't do anything with it. And look, half of it was dog shit. It's just they had a good Spider-Man, and I liked that he had to build his own toys, whereas Tobey Maguire's one was like, it comes magically out of my hands. I'm a mutant spider or whatever, you know, like who gives a shit, you know? No one's paying attention back then. That was fine, but yeah. Look, I'll be honest with you. I didn't like Spider-Man as a kid. I certainly don't like it as an adult. I like, you know, I go to the cinema to see Robert Eggers films. I don't go to watch fucking Spider-Man. I take the kids. I don't go to see the Mario movie either. I took the kid. So I guess barking up the wrong tree. I know there are a lot of fully grown Spider-Man fans out there. I hope you're getting what you want. I really liked the animated film Enter the Spider-Verse. I think they did a very good job with that. Even as a grown-up, you know, who's not really identifying with Spider-Man as a character and with Spider-Man themes, I certainly did get like a fresh take on that story, and I did feel a connection to the way things were done and to some of the themes with the Miles Morales kind of story. Not like I still felt like it was for, you know, for sort of young adults. I wasn't dying for it, but the music, the style, I don't just mean the art, but definitely the art, but just the style in general, yeah, was really captivating. Start to finish, I was glued to the fucking screen. And Xander loved it as a kid. So I got the soundtrack on vinyl ages ago, and we used to play it all the time. He'd fucking run around the house digging it. It was good Spider-Man. He's never watched the Sony ones, the new Sony ones, or the old one. Couldn't give a fuck. It's just boring. But he watches that shit all the time. The second one, Enter the Spider-Verse, Living in a Spider-Verse. A Day in the Life of a Spider. I don't know what the fuck it was called. That one was like 3 fucking hours long, and then it ended in the middle of a scene. And I was just like, did you just make me pay $100 to bring these cunts out to watch fucking a Spider-Man movie for 3 fucking hours and you didn't fucking... What? It was like one of those smash cut fucking Spider-Man's in trouble. He's being captured by the bad guy. See you in 6 years. I did not find the humor in that. So I think I just watched the first one again, if I ever did, and be okay with it. Old Boy's good, yeah. New animated one's coming out, about fucking time. How very Marvel of them. It wasn't even like we finished the story and then we opened it back up after the credits. You know, this was like the story's going, and it was a long story. There were good moments in it. Like the different kinds of Spider-Mans were very funny and very on point. There was like a Bangladesh Spider-Man. I can't remember what he was called. It was fucking funny. The whole segment with him was good. There's like a punk rock Spider-Man, and of course there's the Nick Cage doing noir. Is Nick Cage doing an actual Spider-Man noir thing? I think I read something about that. Sorry. There was an update here on Sony's bullshit. It was Jason Schreier? Was it? Jason Schreier pushed the message that Sony won't be releasing their games on PC anymore, but it was never 100% confirmed. In recent weeks, another rumor came out saying Sony will consider this on a case-by-case basis. I think it's the usual PC version comes 2 to 3 years after the console version. Okay. But no more of this like super quick stuff. Fair enough. It isn't shelved. The next part was originally supposed to come out a year later, but it got delayed. It's supposed to be coming out in 2027 now. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't enjoy stories that end in the middle of them. You know what it felt like? It felt like Soul Reaver 1. Like, you fucking wrapped this shit up during a cutscene. You know, it's like the second half of the cutscene is coming with the next game. Fuck you. Amp, what's going on, cunt? I thought about you this morning. Did you see there's another DLC coming for Company Heroes 3? 4 new battle groups next month? Huh? Yeah, bro. Yeah. I feel like there's going to be some Company Heroes in our life very soon. 4 new battle groups it should be enough to get the boys together. Anyway, I hope so. Sorry, still recovering from this fucking cold and my throat's not quite there yet. The Nick Cage is doing a live action Spider-Man noir. There are 2 cuts, one in black and white and one in color, because they couldn't just do a black and white one because the world wouldn't allow it. So we're going to have a color Spider-Man noir. Cool. At least these cunts from fucking Mouse PI had the balls to fucking lean into their art style. Look at this shit. Looks fucking gorgeous. What the fuck? Who are you? Look at that. Look at that gorgeousness, huh? Stunning and brave. Oh yeah. But not Sony and Amazon. We need a color one. People are going to be like, "Oh, is this in black and white?" Nah, I'm not going to watch it. Cool. Kill. One sec. Sorry, some fucking random cunt outside just fucking screaming his head off and smashing his walking stick into the neighbour's garage. Mm-hmm. Fucking cunt, I'm talking to you. Boom. Classic Aussie shit. You don't get too much of it around here, but then occasionally Some cunt with a walking stick smashing into cunts' fucking garages. I haven't played the Altars, but it actually looks fucking good. I keep seeing it go on sale all the time. I'm like, oh, poor bastards. I feel like the Altars is something I'm going to get on my PlayStation 5 and just play in my living room alone, you know, someday. That's my plan for the Altars. You know what? If it's on PlayStation 5, and I haven't checked, but if it is, then it'll be free soon. They'll give it to me in one of the monthly fucking things, which is why I don't buy games on that kind of a thing anymore, because half the time it's, we're giving you these games for free. I fucking bought that. I didn't even play it yet. When it didn't crash horrifically. Oh, yeah, cool. Hit him up for the next bingo. RSL, yeah, exactly. Just reminds me, I need to buy like a good baseball bat or something, you know? Just so I've got something handy in case some cunt smash in my garage. Need to be able to walk out and clock a cunt. I only ever seen the new Mad Max in black and white. I actually bought 2 different steelbooks for Furiosa, color and black and white, and it's exactly the same steelbook but just black and white, and then the whole film, of course. It's fucking gorgeous, absolutely fucking gorgeous. But yeah, was it Mad Max Fury Road, Black and Chrome? I think it's called. It's I've got that edition of that one as well, and it's fucking beautiful. Watching Co play earlier, the amount of mongs who drooled out the same bleating "Is this from the Cuphead devs?" Oh my god, yeah. Painful. I'll install that once I wrap up today. Yeah, I'll have time. That's fine. So we're going to do Legacy of Kain Defiance now, and then we're going to do Pragmata tonight. All right. So we've got a double special today. Let's just boot up Defiance, and I'll grab a glass of water, and then we'll kick off with the final piece of the Legacy of Kain story, or so I hear, because the new one they just added is not worth consideration. Son.
Will you please get me Fun with Ragdoll's Plus so I can take it out of my bank?
Fun with Ragdolls Plus launched last night, by the way. Just saying, you might be missing out. A cool 35 AU. Wait, when did you say Pragmata is at 7 p.m., so 6 hours and 45 minutes from now. All right. I'll finish this show, get off, have dinner, come back on, freshen up. GTA 5 online didn't last long. He's not allowed to play it. He can't see it on his PC, remember? It actually doesn't show up on his Steam.
Yeah, I searched that GTA,
Doesn't show up. I'm going to grab a glass of water, and I'm going to buy Fun with Ragdolls Plus for him. And we're going to play Legacy of Kain Defiance. I'll be back in just a second. Soundtrack's a banger again. Love it. Fossicking. Fossicking at the door. Fossicking? They didn't recognize me, and I was like, and with the oi who's that I heard boom across the road, put the fear of the Maori god in my heart. It's beautiful. Good to know you got good neighbors. This is a remix of the Soul Reaver 2 soundtrack, is it? I don't recognize it. I mentioned Pragmata while he was playing Blood Omen 2 and he yelled at me. He said he's never heard of it and probably some kind of garbage. Then he said, how dare I assume he's heard of Pragmata? Yes. I feel like I wasn't speaking about Pragmata specifically, just video games in general. Just, you know, we're doing something in a video game and you kind of bring up something out of context, but you don't lead in with what the context would be. There's no inference. It's just smack bang, this thought occurred to me and I dropped it down. I think that's what we were talking about. But yeah, just in case you weren't fully up to date with the whole story, once again, I've got a sponsored gig for Pragmata tonight. So how that works is someone contacts me and says, do you want to play this game? We'll pay you this much money. Just in case you don't know how it works. The bonus material and all the other remasters have been pretty good. Dodgy suburb, but this street's good. No one gets their shit knocked over here. Yeah, nice. They really improved the menu in this compared to how Defiance originally looked on PS2. The mods are so cool they add extra skin based on the Soul Reaver original concept art. Okay, cool. Got a music player. That's nice. I love that they got... Fuck yeah, man. They got heaps of the whole series worth of tunes here. How cool. Deluxe pack. Comic books. Soul Reaver German comic book. Defiance Top Cow comic book. And Soul Reaver Top Cow comic book. Huh. And a dark... Oh! Is this the... cancelled one? Training room. Oh, look at that. Oh, baby. I think I'll just learn how to play the game before I go into the training room.
I remember you. Back from war, are we? Good.
Dragon Sage, what's going on, bruv? Good to see you, mate. Thanks for 22 months. Cheers. Just had my first kid. Hey, congratulations. Been on the newborn shift. No sleep at all. I know it well. I fucking know it well. I'm just doing it again. I have a healthy baby. Wife's feeling good. Can't ask for more than that. Always, dude. Yeah. Doing great. Just got over a cold, but, well, you've got your first baby cold while you've also got a cold to deal with soon. Enjoy. Cheers, mate. Dark Prophecy, the cancelled sequel. Yeah, okay. So there's Dark Chronicle and Dark Prophecy, was it? Okay. What's this? Another Dark Souls ripoff? Yes, yes. Legacy of Kain. The original Dark Souls ripoff. They ripped it off so hard that it happened before Dark Souls. It's complicated, but the series, there's a lot of time travel going on. And that's definitely a part of how they ripped it off before it came out. Yeah. You should play it sometime. You sound like it's a bit of a high IQ series, you know? And I don't know you very well, but just off that first take, I'm getting high IQ vibes. I think you might be one of the evolved humans, you know? So you're probably gonna like this one. You should get into it. Good stuff. Had it on the PS whatever. This cunt. You might actually be good value. I'm noticing the resemblance to Dead House Sonata more than ever. Oh yeah? Where? Quality bait? Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Quality bait if you're baiting for the first time ever. Like, it's good starter bait, maybe. Like, you give it to the kids so they can, you know, do a little early baiting, you know? When you went to the demo for a second, Kain's animation design reminded me of what I've seen in Dead House. Okay.
Almost as old as me.
I didn't see it myself. Shepherds, what's going on, cunt? Have you been playing WoW at all after the launch of Midnight? I think I caught up a bit of the stream when you talked about just how shitty of a game WoW was for having a baby around. It's not an opportune time. Yeah, no. Honestly, dude, I was like, I had a free month's subscription that came with the sponsored gig, so I was like, yeah, I'll just start playing it. I didn't feel like I could get anything done. Like, I've got an hour, yeah, maybe an hour and a half if I'm lucky, probably more like half an hour until the baby comes in, because I gotta do, and like, what can I get done, you know? And I just felt like I was getting nothing done. Like, I did 2 quests. That's my gaming time for the day over. And those quests were fucking exactly the same fucking quests I did 20 years ago. Actually, literally in the same fucking location from about 17 years ago. Just kind of upscaled, redesigned slightly. Oh fuck, I'm killing mana worms in the Sunwell. At least if I put Neo 2 on the PlayStation, I get like a fucking whole level done. And I'm one step closer to a complete experience, you know? I feel like WoW is really good when I've got lots of time to kill. Like if before the new baby came along, I'd have a few hours to myself every evening, you know, or a few hours in the afternoon. I just don't have that shit these days, so yeah, WoW's not for me at the moment. Turns out, it's a good try though. Just refunded the recent Prince of Persia, despite hearing it was good. Fucking required I make an Ubisoft account. Yeah, dude, Ralph, I bought the Steelbook edition of that, and I got it yesterday, and I couldn't play it either. I have to make it Ubisoft. I had to log into my Ubisoft account, and I couldn't remember my password, so I reset my password, and the reset password, they wouldn't accept it. And then it was just connecting for ages, like stuck on a connecting screen for a single player game, mind you. And then, this is on the Switch, I got the Switch version, which I found out after I bought it was a game key, not a game card. It's got a game card, like it's got a physical piece of plastic, but the game's not on it. Oh, felt so fucking bad. I didn't refund it, because after it failed to connect multiple times, it just let me play. And I have played it before, so I got straight back into the game. But yeah, man, yeah, Immortal, provided they don't kill the server. Exactly what I thought when I got the Immortal edition, when it had game key right next to it. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. I'm sorry, because it's such a fucking great game with such a great soundtrack, Ralph. Like, it's awesome as fuck. But yeah, I mean, I said last night, after I finally started playing it, with the beautiful new Steelbook edition, physical, because the first time I played it was just on the PSN, and like, I waited an extra week for it because the pre-order didn't come in, and I had to make multiple phone calls to the store to find out where it was, and they were being cunts about it. Just really like no enthusiasm, no interest in helping me solve my problem. Oh, yeah, it didn't arrive. What do you mean it didn't arrive? It's a pre-order. Yeah, it just doesn't come in. Call back in a couple days, and if it's not here, then we'll try and get another store to send it. Were you gonna call me and tell me that it didn't come in? Because I've been waiting around all day for this thing. Anyway, long piece of shit story. I finally get to play it and I don't want to. I'm over the whole ordeal. I feel like I got ripped off and rammed repeatedly. I don't want to play it. Yeah. Apparently Rogue has... Oh, wait. Okay, you were talking about the other Prince of Persia. Right, okay. I haven't played that one. I did buy a copy of that for $5 or something, because I was like, oh, physical game, $5, whatever. I watched a lot of that game. It's okay. It seemed lacking in intensity, identity, immersion, atmosphere. Incorrect again. Yep. Wrong on all counts. It's packed full of intensity, identity, immersion, and atmosphere. But I've played it. Maybe it's one of those things you got to play. Maybe it's one of those video games that you've got to play before you can have an opinion on it. We call those video games. At least around me, anyway. Maybe there are other places you can fuck off to right now where they don't really care if you've played the shit that you're fucking talking about. They don't really give a fuck if you share your fucking opinions on shit. Even though those opinions aren't well-formed, well-rounded, or have any actual fucking meat behind them. I saw someone play a game on Twitch and this is my fucking thoughts on it. Nobody gives a fuck about your opinion on a fucking game that you saw some cunt play on Twitch, okay? Just speaking on behalf of the species. Nobody gives a fuck. Why would they? Bro says he plays video games, but he sure avoids playing. All right, I'm just chatting as well. It's Twitch, dude. Have you been on Twitch before? Fucking loser. You want to watch someone play a video game, go to YouTube. Watch a video of a cunt playing a fucking video game. It'll just be the cunt playing the fucking video game. Here, on Twitch, the live experience, the reason why you do it live rather than watch it in post is because of this that you're feeling right now. Me fucking staring at your dumb cunt fucking face and just imagining what you look like as well and where you live. Just trying to fucking imagine this little fucking loser who's coming at me for daring to talk to people on a live fucking interactive fucking broadcast. I'm just imagining what you look like, what your environment is, what history you must have had that brought you to this fucking point today where you're fucking riding me for fucking daring to speak in a live fucking video game. Go to fucking YouTube or any other fucking site and watch a Legacy of Kain Defiance fucking remastered fucking Let's Play from some fucking 12-year-old fucking dick fuck loser going, oh my god, how good are the graphics? Jesus Christ. Sorry, I can't imagine, bro. I'm regarded.
Ah, yes. The smell of proper devotion. Welcome back, old friend. We've missed you.
Regarded? Did you actually fuck up the word retarded? Is that what just happened? Like I'm living in a... I'm living in a parody simulator. I'm gonna wake up someday and be like, oh shit. Oh, that whole Twitch arc of my life, it was just a giggle. It was just a what if. He's avoiding the censor. It's hit or miss with channels that let you type retarded. Oh, right, okay. I'm just regarding the situation. Don't project. No, I am just regarding the situation. Regarding the situation. I can't have this conversation with you right now, I'm afraid. I've got to kill you. Yeah. But another time perhaps.
Rejoice, fellow expletives, for one of our executioners.
Francis, thanks for 45, mate. How you going?
Take up arms, warrior. The battle rages.
And a bloody executioner. Hey, Malachi. How are you, mate? How you going? Good to see you. Cheers, brother. 104 months. I forgot other channels exist, so maybe I'm retarded. Yeah. I guess maybe it gets caught by the auto mod or something. Sure. It's actually what some Twitch dumbasses say, and they all giggle. Good, good. A nice, curt reminder that we don't have to participate in that side of the fucking world anymore. I hope seeing himself hung gives him some type of trauma. Me too. Fucking cocksucker. My God. Been a long time since I've seen an execution. I wouldn't call that an execution. It's the truncated, abridged execution system that we have while I get my shit together. New mic, or am I mistaken? It's not a new mic. Have you been watching a lot of the VOD channel? I've had this thing for about, I want to say at least 4 years. Does it sound different? Is that it? Been in some streams where I know the streamer doesn't care about particular words, but I use it in front of the wrong mod, and well, it's their channel now. I get it. I just didn't feel like people like that cared. Like the context. Which is something that you seem to constantly miss. But the context here, this motherfucker's having a go. Do you think he gives a shit about offending people? Or using the wrong words? I don't think so. Of all the places you'd try to censor your language, yeah. At least hanging maintains the integrity of the blood sacks for Kain. Guillotine wastes too much blood. Alright. That's what we're doing. I've missed the executions. Yeah, look, don't worry. One day, I'll put some time into actually rebuilding that system up again. It basically needs to be rebuilt from fucking scratch at this point. And it's like, well, it's a lot of effort for a system that was being used once or twice a month, you know? These days. I will rebuild it. I just feel like I gotta rebuild it because there's a new FromSoft game coming out or something, you know? I gotta build it when I feel like there might actually be a spike in morons. I can't. How many fuckheads come in and say, "Is this a Dark Souls ripoff?" When you're playing Legacy of Kain, right? You can't. There's not enough of it to warrant the time. Not when I got all this other shit to build and do. Yeah, angry. Exactly. Sorry, just me Twitch people trying to look after me.
Yes, the smell of proper devotion. Welcome back, old friend. We
Yeah,
missed
sub.
you.
Yeah. That's what makes it funny. Senor Bunk, thanks for 34 months, mate. Wecky's lack of streams is to my benefit, yeah? I'm getting his subs now? Yeah, that's what I want to hear. It's about fucking time my Wet for Jesus investment started paying off. You know what I'm saying? It's all coming back to me now, yeah? Gravy train, here we go. Playing the long game. You got to plant those fucking seeds, man. That's what Bill Hicks taught me when I was growing up. Just plant those little seeds, you know? I think you're kind of right. I can't quite put my finger on it, but with Lost Crown, it wasn't that it lacked an identity atmosphere. I just didn't like what it had. But diving into that is for another day. Yeah, now that I know we're talking about Lost Crown,
Well, now,
and not the Rogue Prince of Persia,
here's an old one. Almost as old as me.
I'm not quite sure that I agree with you, because I haven't played Lost Crown. Honestly, the idea of playing a fucking new fucking Ubisoft Prince of Persia game just doesn't do much for me. I only played Rogue Prince of Persia because we mentioned it earlier. Yeah, I know that. What I'm saying is when you mentioned your take on Prince of Persia earlier, I thought you were talking about Rogue Prince of Persia. Because the physical edition came out a couple of days ago, so that's what that's what I thought Ralph was talking about. But it turns out Ralph was talking about Lost Crown, and it just happened to be a straight up fucking coinky dink that I bought Rogue Prince of Persia's physical edition yesterday. Well, I got it yesterday. I bought it, for the 10th. Wires got crossed. You know what? I'll take the hit for it. Didn't clarify that Ralph was talking about Rogue, and you didn't clarify either. You just got lucky. You happened to be talking about the same one you were talking about. I don't know why either of you were talking about that one. Who the fuck gives a fuck about fucking Lost Crown? At least Rogue Prince of Persia is a fucking good game. You know what? I won't even say that because I haven't played Lost Crown, alright? Is the getting offended thing a bit? I thought it was, but you seem to get really offended for like an hour straight. What? Wait, do I? Am I just wound up? Is that it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. What am I offended about? I think it's just how tough am I? Just always gets under my skin for some reason. What's going on, Hemp? Yeah, I think it's just you. You always say the weirdest shit. I fucking go into a training room in Defiance. I can see the Dead House Sonata inspiration. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just constantly fucking just spitting out the most random shit. The Prince of Persia one, though, I'll take the hit on that. But yeah, it's not a bit. JRH001. I can't fucking believe I'm talking to a fucking cunt on the internet called JRH001 and taking what this fucking cunt is saying seriously. What the fuck is wrong with me? I have a problem. I'm going to play some video games now.
Given the choice, whether to rule a corrupt and failing empire, or to challenge the fates for another throw, a better throw against one's destiny, what was a king to do?
Let's go. Soul Reaver, baby. It seems worth it, Monk. I love it already. Another throw. What a beautiful description.
But does one ever truly have a choice? One can only match, move by move, the machinations of fate, and thus defy the tyrannous stars.
Nice cut. Look at this fucking badass, would you?
And so I returned to the sanctuary of my enemy.
It's completely different mixing.
Of the Sarafan Brotherhood.
Oh my
deemed
god.
Impossible for any man to penetrate.
This just came out like 2 months ago. You can't fucking mix the goddamn fucking
Impossible
soundtrack?
for any man.
Ugh. Yummy.
Deep within these walls, my prey awaited. Mobius, the time streamer,
Oh, here we go.
deceiver and eternal gamester, using living beings as his pawns.
In the end, we'd rooted out an entire nest of the fiends.
But we had swept that area already.
Not well enough, but no matter. We purged every last one of that brood with fire, and their souls now rest.
Lord Mobius will be pleased.
It was time for Mobius to answer a few questions. I hoped for his sake to find him in a forthcoming mood.
Oh, baby. All right. So, where the fuck are we? What time period are we in? Is this like post Soul Reaver 2? From the intro cutscene, I'm thinking this is... after the events of Soul Reaver 2. And I have Raziel strapped to my fucking back. That's what I'm thinking. Look at the size of it. It's the best looking Soul Reaver we've seen yet. Holy shit. Oh, look at that. Dark Souls wishes. I love how as he's gotten older, Kain has taken the appearance that reminds him of a gargoyle. Yeah, same as Vorador.
Expletives for one of our
Druath!
has returned. Take up arms.
My very old friend.
The battle rages.
Good to have you here, mate. Thanks for looking after me, dude. Couldn't do it without you. Nothing's changed on that score in the last fucking 10 years, is it? Cheers, mate. Good to see you. Back to the Reaver. Okay, so... the events of Blood Omen 2 was a prequel that added context to the end of Soul Reaver 2. Basically saying there was a big bad behind everything, which we already knew, and then showing us who the big bad was. The big bad being an alien species from another dimension that had been burrowing into Nosgoth for centuries and building up an empire so that they could destroy use the life force of the planet basically to fuck with everyone. Yeah, aliens that look like demons. The sworn mortal enemy of the angels of the vampires that look like angels. Yeah, that's the world. And in the middle of it, this Cthulhu tentacle lord being attached to the very pillars of Nosgoth and corralling souls from life into the underworld, and perhaps, much like the Elden Beast in Elden Ring, sucking the life force out of those souls on the way down. It could very well be that the big Cthulhu tentacle elder god from Soul Reaver 1 and 2 is doing the exact same thing that the alien species is. The Hilden, using the life force of the denizens of this realm to fuel something. Unless it works for the Hilden, unless it is the mass, which was a theory I was running with during Blood Omen 2. Look, there's a lot happening. You know, there's a lot going on. And I hope those of you who have been, who haven't played this series before have been following along with the whole playthrough, so that this moment is as powerful for you as it is for me. This, where are we? What the fuck are we doing? You know? What's happening? We're going to fuck with Mobius. I'm trying to remember. Yeah. Okay. Combat's a little crisper. It's kind of like... Ooh! Kind of like Blood Omen 2 meets Soul Reaver 2. Blood hunger causes health gauge to drain slowly over time. Is that a mistranslation? Interesting phrasing. The health gauge, perhaps? Okay. So if you don't drink enough blood, you lose health, same as the others. Nice. Yeah, I'm thinking, thinking after the events of Soul Reaver 2, Kain, with Raziel strapped to his back, is hunting down Mobius, who escaped. I can't quite remember what happened at the end of Soul Reaver 2 precisely. Can I wall run like Prince of Persia? No. I feel like I need to see the ending of Soul Reaver 2 again. I'll probably get recapped anyway. It's all right. Okay. Well, the platforming feels a lot less arduous in this. That's something. It feels more modern. I'm not saying that's a good thing per se, but it's not a bad thing. Oh yeah, just boot it down. Lovely. No? Oh. There we go. Okay. Jump onto wall to climb. You sure? Oh. Soul Reaver style. Got it. Move into gate to mist through. Ah, Soul Reaver 1 style. Okay, okay. Kain's a fucking total badass now, man. It's actually cool after Blood Omen 2, where it was like Kain in his infancy, again, coming back to it all. Now he's just a badass. It's like playing as Vorador.
From time to time, it is necessary to feed. And the unusual event of a feast prepared by the Sarafan must be savored.
Yum. The unusual flavor of a feast prepared by the Sarafan. Yummo. God, it looks good. Can you do the switch between old graphics and new graphics thing in this one? Oh wow, look at this. Menu. Oh, this is a modern video game all of a sudden. What the fuck? The history of Nosgoth. Timeline. What the fuck? He didn't savor it, not as much as the old one would have. Before Nosgoth's recorded history. Whoa. Thousands of years before Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain. The genesis of the Pillars of Nosgoth. The 9 pillars representing Blah are intrinsically and supernaturally tied to the spiritual and physical health of the land. Body of Sorcerers is formed to look after it, yeah. The era of Janos Audron, reputed to have been the greatest vampire that ever lived. The human Vorador is born. Soul Reaver is forged. Vorador is turned. Okay. Interesting. You can switch? Okay. I just want to see what it used to look like. Don't think this was in the original? Really? This encyclopedia of events. Well, that makes it really nice. 500 years before Blood Omen Legacy of Kain, so Soul Reaver 1. The vampire races increase. Some clans prey indiscriminately upon humans, attracting the attention of the Circle. Yep. Raziel's born. Formation of the Sarafan and the crusade to counter the perceived vampire menace. A monastic order of warrior priests whose singular cause was the eradication of the vampires plaguing Nosgoth. They were formed by the Circle of Nine, the oligarchy of sorcerers sworn to protect the Nosgoth. I wonder how that fits into the Hilden. Malek, Raziel, and their monastic brethren, Turul, Duma, Rahab, Zephon, and Melchiah, all the Soul Reaver 1 bosses, command the Sarafan armies. The vampire purges, we know that. The death of Janos, we've lived that in Soul Reaver 2. Vorador takes his revenge upon the Circle, the opening of Blood Omen, and the end of Soul Reaver 2. The Necromancer Mortanius, one of the surviving Circle members, and the Pillar of Death, punishes Malek for his failure to protect the Circle, which we now know, due to the events at the end of Soul Reaver 2, is because he was trying to stop Raziel from killing Mobius. Malek, now disembodied and immortal, is thus damned to serve and protect the Circle and represent the Pillar of Conflict for eternity. The death of the Sarafan commanders, heroic martyrs, the Pillars cull new successors to take the place of the fallen sorcerers. Disgusted and disillusioned, Vorador retreats from the world of human affairs, ensconcing himself in his remote mansion. Cool. So this is not viewing it through the lens of you've played Blood Omen 2 right now. The history, 30 years before Blood Omen 1. Mortanius is possessed by a dark entity. Their two wills struggle for dominance of Mortanius's body. At times, Mortanius maintains control. At other times, the dark entity manipulates him like a puppeteer. Interesting. I wonder who wrote that. And whether or not they are conveying that as that interpretation as a guaranteed series of events, or if it is confirmed. It's very interesting. Ariel's murdered, apparently at Mortanius' hands. It's actually the dark entity in the guise of Mortanius who assassinates Ariel. Okay. Ariel's murder drives her beloved Nupraptor insane with grief. In his agony, he unleashes... Yeah, okay, so this is just all Blood Omen stuff. Human Kain is born. Is marked from birth as Ariel's successor. Who marks? Not sure. I'm going to say the Elder God, but he hasn't been mentioned here at all. The pillars reflect their patron's corruption, growing grey and corroded. For Nosgoth to be preserved, the infection must be eliminated. The entire circle, now wholly corrupted, must die, so that the pillars may cull new successors. And so we begin Legacy of Kain. 1. Mortanius orchestrates Kain's assassination. The beginning, yep. Kain's body is interred in a crypt. He awakens, begins his unlife, finds the assassins and kills them, and then finds all the leaders of the pillars and kills them, and then gets to the end of the fucking game. Meets the Oracle of Nosgoth, yeah? The Oracle is actually Timekeeper. Kain meets Vorador, yeah. Kain travels north to a dark Eden, a twisted corruption of nature created by a triumvirate of the deranged sorcerers, Bane, Dejul, and Anakroth, the pillars of nature, energy, and states, respectively. When Kain confronts the sorcerers, Anakroth summons Malek. I remember, yeah, that was good. I remember that shit. Kain defeat, yeah, cool. Travels to Avernus. This is an interesting part. Discovers a city in flames, assaulted by a plague of demons, summoned by the deranged Azimuth from other dimensions. Dimensions plural? I would have said it was an attack on the Hylians, but... of the Hylians. Hilden, sorry, Hylian, fucking Zelda. In his pursuit, Kain must ascend the heights of the cathedral and the hellish depths of the catacombs below. Along his way, he discovers and claims the Soul Reaver blade, conveniently hidden away in the upper reaches of the cathedral. During his exploration of the Great Cathedral, Kain also discovers a hidden altar room, like a corruption at the heart of the apparently pristine and wholesome cathedral. This is an altar to the dark entity Hash-Agik, a tome open on the altar describes bloody acts of human sacrifice. Kain confronts and defeats the planar Azimuth and reclaims her token. He also discovers a mysterious time-streaming device. Mobius has planted it there, so by allowing Azimuth to steal it, he's orchestrating events so that Kain will discover and claim the device, so that we can create the two Soul Reavers and kill Willem. Joins the army. Yep. The time-streaming device lies in ruins at his feet. Traveling on, he encounters a man-at-arms. Yep. Conveniently discovers another time-streaming device. With Willem dead, there will be no Nemesis army to lay waste to Northgard. We've rewritten history. Directly responsible for the extinction of the vampires and the execution of his erstwhile mentor, Vorador. Confronts Mobius and, fitting retribution, lops off his head with a sword. Upon claiming Mobius' token, Kain is instructed by Mortanius' disembodied voice to return to the pillars. Return to the pillars. So clarification here is what I'm looking for. Because I think Blood Omen 2 puts this all into light. Portrays this in a new light, I should say. This franchise is pretty deep. There's a lot going on, but different people worked on it from different companies. So there's like this layer of retcon to sift through. And a lot of the time, the retcon's really good. You know? It misportrays. Or it takes liberties on things that happened in the first game, and then just builds on them and takes it into a whole new direction. That's really good. Like it really like wraps around into some very compelling narrative. So much so that the games themselves, particularly Soul Reaver, which really kind of suck as far as video games go, are so good because of how good the story is and how good the voice acting is. It's really surprising how decent it came out for so many hands touching. I think it might be the best. That might really be the legacy of Kain. How so many different people stirred the pot, and somehow the soup still tastes this good. It's not very common. You want something like Metal Gear Solid, you need to have one cunt behind it the whole time, making shit up as he goes. Yeah? Retconning your own work. Not other people retconning it for you. It's kind of wild. Okay. Anacroth accuses Mortanius of betraying the Circle by turning Kain into a vampire and sending him against them. Mortanius replies that the Circle is irredeemably corrupt and must be destroyed. Anacroth challenges Mortanius and is killed. Kain reveals himself to Mortanius, stating that if the Circle is to be destroyed, then Mortanius himself must die. Mortanius agrees, saying that he will embrace death and engages Kain in combat. Mid-battle, Mortanius' form begins to change as the dark entity, now fully in possession of Mortanius' body, finally crushes the necromancer's psyche. Before Kain's eyes, Mortanius' body dissolves into a massive, demonic form. The dark entity taunts Kain, saying that Kain has been no more than a pawn, and all of the preceding events have been orchestrated from the beginning. Kain launches himself at the dark entity and, using Soul Reaver, manages to defeat him. It is not clear, however, whether the dark entity has been destroyed or merely dispelled, or who the fuck the dark entity is. I presume the Sarafan Lord, which we know to be the Hilden commanding officer. Right? Hilden CO.
Rejoice. fellow expletives for one of
Executioners, mate.
has returned. Take up arms, warrior. The battle rages.
Mayo, darling. Great to fucking see ya. Thanks for looking after me. I hope you're doing well. Cheers, mate. Ariel appears and reveals to Kain... Oh, Kain uses the recovered tokens to heal the remaining pillars, leaving only the balance pillar still corrupted. Ariel appears and reveals to Kain that he himself is the pillar of balance, and that the only way the pillars can be healed is for him to sacrifice himself as the last of the circle to the pillar. She presents him with the final climactic decision. Sacrifice yourself and heal the world, or refuse sacrifice and ensure the world's corruption. Kain chooses to corrupt the world, of course.
Expletive.
Hey, Beat. How are you, mate?
Welcome back.
What's going on, dude? Good to see you. Cheers, brother. This apocalyptic act completes the pillar's destruction. The pillars topple as Kain seals the ruinous fate. He concludes with the epiphany that Vorador was right. That vampirism is not a curse, but a blessing. That the vampires are dark gods whose duty it is to thin the human herd. Sure. See, so even here, we have a very rudimentary and basic take on the series compared to what we know now, having played through the whole thing. 500 years later, Kain, appreciating the irony of his decision, sets the ruined pillars as the seat of his fledgling empire, with the unrestored balance pillar as the base of his throne. He establishes his empire by recruiting 6 lieutenants. Kain, raised by necromancy, cannot turn a vampire via traditional blood gift, but breathing a small portion of his vampire soul into a corpse, he draws the corpse's soul back to its body. The corpse is then revived as a fledgling vampire. In an act of calculated blasphemy, Kain raids the tomb of the 6 martyred Sarafan commanders. Their well-entombed corpses, though long dead, have been spared the corruption of the grave. Going from crypt to crypt, he breathes his reviving gift into each of the Sarafan corpses in turn. Thus, he raises his 6 firstborn sons as the lieutenants of his fledgling empire. Raziel is raised first, and thus receives the greatest portion of the gift. The 6 lieutenants have been too long dead to remember much of their human lives. They are ignorant of their Sarafan roots, or of Kain's blasphemous private joke. Kain's empire grows. 1,500 years later, 1,000 years later, over the centuries, each of the vampires undergoes a series of evolutionary adaptations. This is the bullshit that they made up to incite the incident required for the plot of Soul Reaver to kick off, which is Kain rips off Raziel's wings because he's upset, he's jealous. I've not found a way to reconcile that with the rest of the story. It just seems like a bullshit move. But maybe that's Kain, but I don't think so. These evolutionary growth spurts are preceded by a near hibernatory period of retreat from which the vampire emerges transformed. Raziel emerges from one of these evolutionary hibernations having grown wings. He returns to the sanctuary of the clans to present himself to Kain and reveal his latest gift. Kain, in an apparent act of jealousy, tears the wings from Raziel's back and orders Raziel to be cast into the abyss. His motives are unclear, but this is clearly more than just punishment. Okay, good. Because it was always dubious at best, and later events seem to make it clear that the reason why Kain does that is not because he's a jealous bitch, but because it's the only way to keep the timeline headed in the direction that it needs to be headed in, so that the correct outcome, or the outcome that Kain prefers, can be chosen. So for Kain, I've been living in a world of my own fucking creation for 1,000 years. I spent most of that time in Mobius's time streaming fucking lair, looking at all the different permutations and dimensions, and this is the one. And it all begins with sacrificing Raziel so that he becomes the Soul Reaver, so that he can destroy the Hilden. And this game, the one we're playing right now, should be the story of Kain and Raziel working together to defeat the Hilden. The Hilden being responsible for the dark entity, which is responsible for everything else that's happened in this series. At least that's where I'm at currently. Another 500 years later, Raziel reappears in the Rift. With this elder god, which is the other big question mark of this series, as his new benefactor, Raziel is transformed into a devourer of souls, and like Kain before him, is released back unto the world in order to take his vengeance. The events of Soul Reaver, including the confrontation with Kain at the Pillars, the destruction of the Soul Reaver as it impacts Raziel's body, and the symbolic parasitic attachment to the Wraith Blade as it intertwines with Raziel. Interesting. Right as we get to the juice, our encyclopedic exposition ends. That's it. That's all we get. Hey, Pawns, thanks for the fucking raid, mate. Good to see you, brother. Cheers. I'm surprised you never played these when you were younger. So am I, man, given the kind of games that I fucking like. It's just like, I was saying before, it really depends what your friends played, you know, back in those days. Especially in a butt-fuck fucking backwater town at the very bottom of Australia. It could very well be the actual asshole of Earth where I was born and raised, yeah? Like if you took the whole Earth as a body. I had a friend, for example, who I used to play Tekken with, I used to play Twisted Metal with, gets a game called Metal Gear Solid. Not really my kind of thing, you know, not the game I would have picked up at Blockbuster. I was grabbing the Lord of the Rings on SNES and Final Fantasy VII. Picks up Metal Gear Solid and we play it so many times and for so long that when a demo disc for Metal Gear Solid 2 comes out, I fall in love with video games all over again. My first fall in love with video games was Sonic the Hedgehog. I played Alex Kidd, I played Space Invaders, I played River Raid, that was my first. But when when my mum noticed how much I loved this Atari that my cousin gave me, and she bought me a Sega fucking Master System, and she bought me a copy of Sonic the Hedgehog, that's when I fell in love with video games the first time. The second time is when a cunt across the road lent me his Super Nintendo and a copy of The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. A whole different kind of video game. And then Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Oh yeah. And I started playing these video games, right, that were like story-based. They had characters, dramatic events, and you upgraded and grew in strength. Your character grew in knowledge and understanding. They were different characters at the end of the story than they were at the beginning, but you also grew in experience, getting stronger, doing more damage, you know, and turn-based combat and all this crazy shit was happening, and I fell in love with video games again. And then Metal Gear Solid was the next time, you know. There were big moments along the way. Ocarina of Time, Mario 64, you know, but like Metal Gear Solid was that like I've fallen in love with video games again because I've fallen in love with a different kind of video game, and I'm playing it for a different reason than I played all the other ones, you know? Metal Gear was something else completely. So if that guy played Legacy of Kain, or if I met another dude who played it, or if my stepdad picked it up off a shelf and brought it home for me instead of Mario Kart, or if that big fucking pack of white discs with text that are written on them, Bubsy 3D, you know, fucking siphon filter, you know, that that I got with a cracked PlayStation 1. You know? If one of those discs had the Legacy of Kain on it, I might have been the world's biggest Legacy of Kain fan, you know? But that's just what it was back then. That's just what gaming was. You read a magazine. Your dad brought a fucking video game home or some shit. You know, someone at school that you were speaking to. Just Final Fantasy VII. We brought our copies of Final Fantasy VII to school with us, so we could read the instruction booklet together. So we could just sit there and hold something while we were talking about, like an artifact, while we were talking about the shit we discovered. When your friend told you for the first time ever that there was a secret vampire character in Final Fantasy VII that you had to unlock, but if you did, you could get him to join your team? Ha! Yeah, right. When it turned out to be true, oh my goodness. There was mystery back then that you just don't have now. Asteroids was the first one you, yeah? I was in a Millennium Falcon flying through an asteroid field, bro. Just imagination taking control, right? River Raid was my first one. I remember the first time I saw a video game. Oh yeah. The Shadow of the Colossus demo. See, it's another one, Cheeb. I missed that one. I recently played through it. It was fucking amazing, but that one just didn't come across my table, you know? Grew up watching my dad play survival horror games in the PS2. For him, they were games he played at some point, but watching them for you was hugely formative. Yeah, fuck yeah, man. My dad played Gran Turismo. And after he got 1,000 laps ahead in endurance, would put the controller down, eat a curry while watching TV, and then flick back and keep picking up the controller and keep going, you know? He liked cars. My stepdad. Used to read Civilization 2 manual for school bus reading. Yeah, bro. There you go. Clearly it was meant to happen now, so you could meet the fucking cunt who made it. That's funny as, right? Yeah, exactly. That's how it goes. Games don't have the balls to even try and make hidden characters anymore. No, exactly. Same as just the whole like Spider-Man noir film is coming out in black and white and color. Because they don't have the balls to release in black and white, because there's going to be too much of the audience wants a color version of Spider-Man Noir. Because black and white means old and shit, and I can't be fucked with it. You know? No balls. Exactly. Because for them, it's like, how much money do I want to make on this? This decision makes this much money. Predicted? Well, probably pretty accurate. This decision makes this much money. That's all that matters. No balls. Balls aren't in the equation. Same thing with hidden characters. Imagine, you know, gating off part of your audience by making them feel stupid for not finding the hidden character. Oh, this game sucks. I'm an idiot. Yeah. Anyway. Interesting that this recap ends at the beginning. Ha! Spoilers! Been so way late in my playthrough.
Balance emblem.
Oh. This fractured symbol affords me the ability to store the energy the Reaver derives from its gorging, and, when properly charged, release a wave of magical energy upon my unsuspecting quarry. It bears slots for 4 other fragments. Reaver charge more damage, blood wave, reaper spell, splash damage. And that's because he is the balance pillar, right? And he's embedded the emblem of the pillar of balance into the Soul Reaver?
Balance emblem.
Curious. Oh yeah? Love me a paper map, let's fucking go. Was this in the OG version of the game too? Kain's unique abilities, drinking blood. Yep. The longer RB is held, the greater the health benefit. That tracks. Mist form, just walk through walls or gates. Superhuman leap. When standing on a leap marker. Okay. Floating descent we love. Bat flight. Must first concentrate his energy and mentally project himself toward his destination. Visible on the horizon. Okay. When standing on a bat flight marker. Okay, yep, same as the first game. That's great. Water vulnerability. Oh, really? I thought we overcame that. Oh, well. Wait, was there any more in that? Sorry. Common abilities. Jumping, climbing, manipulating objects. X to grab onto objects and move them by dragging them. Yep. Telekinesis, foresight, jumping. Alright. Combat. I might get more into that after. Dark Chronicle. Chapter 1 of the Dark Chronicle. To challenge the fates. Kain returns to the Sarafan stronghold, the stringently defended sanctuary of an order of crusaders dedicated to the annihilation of his kind. Old information. Here, he peruses the prophetic sorcerer in command of the Brotherhood, Mobius, the Time Streamer, his nemesis across the ages, and the one being who can reveal to him the whereabouts of Raziel, his former lieutenant who holds the key to his destiny. Somewhere within this reputedly impenetrable monastic fortress, this devious manipulator awaits. But although the wretched Sarafan themselves pose him no great threat, Kain knows too well that Mobius, if anyone, will have meticulously prepared for this infiltration. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. There's some conflict in... the writing's beautiful. There's some conflict in how much... in whether or not you're supposed to have played Blood Omen 2. I feel like nothing from the Blood Omen 2 revelations, which, if I understand correctly, should have happened to this Kain in this timeline at this point, because immediately preceding the events of Soul Reaver 2, Kain says, "Damn you, Hilden," or something like that, right? So I feel like he should know, but nothing in the text reflects that, which I find odd. Oh, cool! Little cells with roofs. It's great. Oh yeah, baby. Drink him dry. The movement's really odd in this game, but I like it. Hello, darling. I come for your soul. Don't worry. I'll put it to good use. Okay, unlike Blood Omen 2, I don't appear to be getting experience for eating them, so I'll keep them alive just in case I need a top-up later. Oh, what's that? Shatter object for bonus item. Ha! Sick. I'm out of water. Received health talisman. Fuck yeah.
What was that?
Oh man! To play a
Touch of
Kain
water is like acid to a vampire.
who's like,
I had to
at his
find
peak.
another way to pass.
wow. This is the third time you get to play Kain in this series, but the first two times he's, you know, at his weakest. His first born and then his resurrection. It's fucking hilarious. Now it's like he's a fucking mad cunt vampire god who spent 1,500 years mapping out the time fucking continuum and putting into motion the events of, like, theoretically, Blood Omen 2's events, Blood Omen 1, Blood Omen 2, Soul Reaver 1, and Soul Reaver 2 have now happened. And he has been there for all of it, developing the whole time. Pretty crazy. Kick off? Oh, I see. We're doing that. We're doing it like that. Hot. Bought FF7 PC version? Dude, I used to rent the FF7 PC version from Blockbuster in its giant cardboard, totally ruined fucking case. So many times. So many times. Even I already played it on PlayStation. I just got a PC at that point and I wanted to use it, you know? What was a TK rune?
Balance emblem.
Telekinetic runes. Okay. Little top up. Just in case.
This passage undoubtedly led to the time streamer. My prey was nearly in my grasp.
Nice.
But the door had been sealed by a blessed barrier. As I approached, the Reaver resonated in response. Perhaps its dark sorcery could dispel these holy barriers.
The Reaper?
As I suspected, the Reaver was not yet powerful enough to shatter these barriers, but there was something to this.
Must be enhanced. Alright, so we need another pillar rune? Hey, Seth, how are you, mate? I tried playing the first Metro on stream once, and I didn't quite make it through the game, unfortunately. And it's the only Metro I've done. So I didn't watch the new trailer, because what the fuck do I care? But I know Metro is a beloved series, and I certainly got a good vibe on why. Hopefully, those of you who like it are excited. Maybe someday I'll be reliving it. That earring from Vorador, I think? Tap B for a TK Blast. TK Blast! TK Blast! TK Blast! Gotcha. That's sick. I love it. I missed like 4 times. The 5th time I panged him between the ramparts and fucking knocked him off. It's so good. It's a beautiful trailer. Worth the watch just by itself, yeah? Interesting. Oh, it's the right stick click. Thank you, Fistbook. Nice. Oh, wow. Is it weird I prefer the original Kain? I guess this Kain looks a bit more Vorador-y. Looks a bit more Soul Reaver, but then I played Soul Reaver Remastered, so yeah. This is the one I remember when I was a kid? Fuck yeah. Prefer the OG? So do I. Yeah. There's something weird about his face in this one. Let's play OG for a bit. We still get all the remastered benefits, just not in the remastered graphics. Which is why they have that lovely little click in there, right? That's great. Works for me. What was I playing with Xander where we were changing? Oh, Tomb Raider. Switching between old and new Tomb Raider every 5 seconds. It's great. He called it Minecraft graphics. Original Tomb Raider has Minecraft graphics. Ooh. Received an arcane tomb? Over here. Oh shit, there's more to read. I didn't see that section. That's good. Inhabitants, yeah. The timeline? Yeah, that's what we did before. Murals. Ah. We did the timeline, right? Yes. History of Nosgoth. Don't crash. In the centuries before Kain's birth, the land was protected by an oligarchy of sorcerers, known as the Circle of Nine. These guardians were sworn to serve and protect the pillars of Nosgoth, the ancient edifice, towering over the earth as a manifestation of the mysterious power that preserved and gave life to the land. But the circle was infiltrated by dark forces, and Ariel the Balance Guardian, was cruelly murdered. Her assassination sent psychic shockwaves throughout the circle, and in their derangement, the remaining sorcerers turned their powers to dark purposes, poisoning the land with their sorcery and abandoning the pillar to stand like silent, decaying sentries. Into this dying world, Kain was born. The son of an aristocratic Nosgoth family, he lived the privileged life of a nobleman, never realizing his undiscovered destiny. That he was marked from birth as Ariel's successor, fated to take her place as the guardian of balance. Ignorant of his destiny, the ambitious but directionless Kain roamed the land. During one fateful journey, he was ambushed by brigands and murdered, cruelly impaled on his assassin's sword. Plucked from the brink of oblivion by the necromancer Mortanius, Kain awakened in the underworld, still transfixed by his enemy's blade. Tormented by his hunger for vengeance and heedless of the spiritual cost, Kain recklessly accepted the necromancer's offer of revenge and rose from his tomb to discover that he had been resurrected as a vampire. Kain quickly tracked down his assassins and exacted his bloody revenge. With his vengeance and hunger sated, he sought only a cure for the vampiric curse that afflicted him. Guided by Mortanius and the spectre Ariel, now bound helplessly to the decaying pillars she once served, Kain hunted down each of the corrupt sorcerers now poisoning Nosgoth. Only with their deaths could the pillars be healed, and only by restoring balance would Kain be released from his vampiric curse. At first, reluctant to live the horror of an existence blighted by a thirst for human blood, Kain soon adapted and discovered within his darkened soul a growing disaffection for humankind as he embraced his newfound immortality. During his journey, Kain discovered and claimed the Soul Reaver, an ancient, soul-devouring blade, and stumbled across, not so coincidentally, a time-streaming device created by Mobius, the Guardian of Time. Against the counsel of the ancient vampire Vorador, Kain found himself embroiled in human events. Caught in a bloody battle between Otmar's army of hope and the ruthlessly advancing armies of the Nemesis from the north. As the tide of the battle turned, Kain used his only means of escape, the time-streaming device, which swept him nearly 50 years back into Nosgoth's past. Hoping to alter the course of Nosgoth's history, Kain assassinated the young King William, who would become the diabolic tyrant known as the Nemesis. After sating himself on his victim's blood, Kain returned to the present, only to discover that his murder of the beloved king had ignited a genocidal war against vampires, led by the time streamer Mobius himself. Upon his return, Kain witnessed the future that he had wrought, and the final triumphant act of Mobius's cold-blooded mob. Vorador's head? Vorador, the last of the era's vampires, was guillotined and his head held aloft for a cheering, bloodthirsty crowd, leaving Kain the sole surviving vampire in Nosgoth. As his quest brought him full circle, Kain confronted the destiny that Mortanius and Ariel had hidden from him. That he was the Balance Guardian, and that only by sacrificing himself could he restore the pillars. Ariel presented him with a final climactic decision: sacrifice himself to heal the land, but ensure the extinction of the vampires, or refuse the sacrifice and seal the world's corruption. Revolted by the machinations of the human sorcerers and alienated by his former humanity, Kain chose the latter path, opting to rule the world in its damnation rather than commit himself to oblivion. This apocalyptic act completed the Pillar's destruction. The mighty columns toppled as Kain sealed their ruinous fate and damned Ariel to ceaselessly haunt the dilapidated pillars she once served. Until the balance is restored, she can never be released. Kain concluded with the epiphany that Vorador was right. Yeah, that one, yeah, exactly, so good. That vampirism is not a curse, but a blessing. That vampires are dark gods whose duty it is to thin the human herd. With intentional irony, Kain established the ruined pillars as the symbolic seat of his new empire, and the unrestored balance pillar as the base of his throne. In an act of calculated blasphemy, Kain raided the ancient tomb of the Sarafan, a fanatical order of warrior priests, once sworn to eradicate the vampires plaguing Nosgoth. From the desiccated corpses of these long-dead knights, Kain raised his 6 vampiric sons to become the lieutenants of his fledgling empire. But the pillars, Kain ultimately realized, were more than just a human edifice. The health of the pillars was tied inextricably to the health of the land. With the pillars left unrestored, corruption seeped slowly into the land like a poison, turning his empire into an irredeemable wasteland. Rather than evolving slowly over time, vampires experience periods of accelerated metamorphosis, entering dormant states from which they emerge transformed. When Raziel, first among Kain's lieutenants, revealed his latest evolution, a pair of bat-like wings, Kain responded with an act of seemingly egotistical sadism. Tearing Raziel's newly fledged wings from his back, he ordered Raziel to be cast into the lake of the dead, where he would burn forever in the roiling abyss. Raziel tumbled endlessly into the murky depths, his flesh dissolving as he burned with white-hot fire. After an eternity of torment, Raziel's ruined body came to rest. And as the pain receded, he realized that he had not only survived the descent, but had been delivered to the very seat of the underworld. Like Kain before him, Raziel was saved from the brink of oblivion by a mysterious benefactor. Mortanius. This may heavily imply that the dark presence controlling Mortanius is the same mysterious benefactor. It's creating a kind of a duality here, a parallel. It could just be accidental, but that's how it reads to me. A preternaturally ancient god, dwelling in the depths of the abyss, who transformed Raziel into a devourer of souls and released him back into the world to take his revenge. Raziel, now the Elder God's fledgling angel of death, resurfaced to discover that centuries had inexplicably passed since his execution. So prior to this, we read the truncated exposition of events of Nosgoth. This is a more... even more truncated, really, but more theatrical take on exactly the same shit. But it is nice to keep repeating these events and keep looking for little bits. I'm mostly interested in if anything from Blood Omen 2 will be mentioned at all. At this point, it feels like Blood Omen 2 has just been retconned out completely, and that's very curious. Anyway, that is a sick image, right? It's gorgeous. Oh. Kain's empire lay in ruin, and Raziel found himself assailed by the degenerate offspring of his former brethren, who had long since devolved into monstrous forms. Undeterred by these revelations, Raziel pursued Kain across Nosgoth's blasted landscape, galvanized by a hunger for revenge and a relentless new thirst. Not for the blood of humans, but for the vampire's apostate souls. Kain, however, had other plans for Raziel. Seemingly unsurprised by Raziel's miraculous return, Kain baited Raziel along the course of his single-minded vendetta, channeling him into battle with his mutated brethren, and into a fateful confrontation at the Pillars, wherein Kain raised the Soul Reaver against Raziel. The ancient blade, believed to be indestructible, shattered when Kain attempted to strike Raziel down. The soul-devouring sentience, captive in the blade, was thus released, and, binding itself to Raziel as a wraith blade, became his symbolic weapon. You see Ariel there? The soul-devouring sentience. Kain seemed not stunned, but strangely satisfied with this shocking outcome, and lured Raziel further into Nosgoth's northern wastes, leading to their final confrontation in Mobius's long-abandoned Chronoplast chamber, the end of Soul Reaver 1. Hey Pixie, yeah, me too. Are Kain's sons still alive? If you mean the Sarafan lords that he devoured and turned into vampires, no, because Raziel then devoured them in Soul Reaver 1. Seemingly because Kain wanted him to. Driven by the fatalistic visions revealed by Mobius's devices, Kain activated the time-streaming portal that would propel him and Raziel centuries into Nosgoth's past, Soul Reaver 2. Free will, Kain feared, might only be an illusion, but he knew their fates were intertwined in ways that Raziel had not begun to fathom. Swept back into Nosgoth's early history, Raziel began to unearth the secrets of his past. How his coming was foretold by an ancient race, Nosgoth's original vampires, who forged the Reaver for their champion as the weapon of their salvation. See, now we get into more interpretive stuff and stuff that wasn't recapped in the previous exposition-focused read that we did an hour ago. The more nitty-gritty elements of Soul Reaver 2. And if we take Blood Omen 2 into account as well, prophecy. Soul Reaver was designed before humans were born to be wielded by a human Sarafan vampire Soul Reaver centuries in the future. how he himself slaughtered the Sarafan lieutenants and was his own murderer, and how he thus became the catalyst not only of Kain's future empire, but of his own dark destiny. Was his own murderer, where he goes back in time and kills Raziel. Raziel goes back in time and kills Raziel. Remember that? Wild. And thus how he became the catalyst for Kain's future empire, but of his own dark destiny. And finally, how he was fated to become the ravenous spirit, imprisoned in the Soul Reaver blade. That this was, and always had been, the hellish cycle of his destiny, regardless of any time fuckery, right? The Wraith Blade, he finally understood, was his own soul, twinned and bound eternally to him. His motive still a mystery, Kain sought to change history by preventing the blade from consuming Raziel's soul. But Raziel, nearly obliterated by the Reaver, realized that he could never escape this terrible destiny, with the Ouroboros, which was on the ground as well. Kain trying to break this cycle, Kain realizing that he can't. I've not read The Vampire Apprentice, no. Kain had merely postponed it. And that's where you leave me? Oh my goodness. Pillars, corruption, the collapse.
Well now, he is an old one. Almost as old as me.
G'day, Dozzy. How are you, mate? Good to see you. Thanks for 83. Nothing like catching day one. Look, honestly, it's been a pretty shit day one. It was mostly waffle, and now recap. But it's really set the stage for day two
He is an old
on Monday.
one. Almost as old as me.
We've still got time. We just don't have heaps. Opus, thanks, bro. 105. I want you to do audiobooks. Hey, you get this instead, all right? It's not so bad, is it? There's already great voice actors doing great audiobooks out there, but who the fuck's reading this shit, you know? Classic XP? True. I think this series is all pretty great, in varying degrees of greatness. Apart from the annoying Soul Reaver gameplay, of course. I never played 2 for that reason, although I believe to watch the cutscenes. Well, you should play it. It's you got no excuse now. There's a remake, and just watching the cutscenes does not do it justice. I promise. Even though the gameplay sucks, it's not as bad as Soul Reaver 1's, but you have to live in the ancient world of Nosgoth and the future world of Nosgoth to really feel it, to really feel the impact of the story. 2's a lot better than 1, yeah. Maybe 100 times better than 1. And some of the cutscenes and reimaginings and reveals are just brilliant. But 1's a pain in the ass. I agree. So the ancient vampires, our angels. I'm going through this for just nuggets of clarification. But what I'm most concerned about right now is Blood Omen 2 seems completely written out. Like, well, not written out. Just imagine that didn't happen. Straight to this. I hope that's a play. The series has done this before, where I'm like, I hope, like even Blood Omen 2 did it, where I thought it was doing its own thing and then it brought it all back, right? I really, really hope that's happening. But I have concerns. So in the early prehistory of Nosgoth, long before humans, yeah, and a millennia before Kain's birth, 2 races warred with each other for dominance of Nosgoth, the vampires and the Hilden. An almost angelic species, these ancient vampires, note capital V for the originals, little v for their descendants, we'll call them the angels, were taller and leaner than humans, blue-skinned with cloven hands and feet. Perhaps the most striking of their physical features, however, were their almost iridescent black feathered wings, which rendered them capable of flight. The original vampires, or angels, adhered to a spiritualistic way of life. They worshipped light and venerated a universal energy, from which they derived the elemental magic they employed. They gloried in their roles as caretakers of the world and the life within. Culturally, they were individualistic and more loosely organized than their rivals. Okay. Now, their rivals. See, up until this, if you cut out Blood Omen 2, up until this point in the series, you've only heard the word Hilda one time right at the end of Soul Reaver 2. So to get a text drop like this is fucking huge. But we have played Soul Reaver 2, so let's see how much of it lines up. The Hilden, like the angels, before either of those terms had the demonic or blood-sucking connotations they currently have, and before their mutual curses altered their appearances. Right. So the angels and the demons. Not to be confused with the vampires and the Hilden, which is what they became, is a way of interpreting the language easier, I think. Were once preternaturally beautiful beings. And we saw that gorgeous art on the wall at the end of Blood Omen 2 as well, in a very H.R. Geiger beauty. They could be physically distinguished by their bony crests about their heads, their vestigial bat-like wings, and their distinctive stilt-like feet. Unlike the angels, however, the Hilden were purveyors of a technological type of magic, the crux of both races' ideological differences. They used organic life with less regard, considering all lower life forms little more than tools and material to be shaped to their ends. Relatively unified in their agendas and beliefs, they operated in a more hive-like fashion than their factional rivals. So, this planet, this dimension, had two races on it in the beginning, so far as we know, that were at the top of the food chain. And there were many races below them that must have been used as tools and material by the Hilden and protected by the angels. Because the angels are light and magic and protection and harmony, and the Hilden are science and technology and industry and abuse of creatures that they deem less worthy than them. Humans, before humans existed. And that was the world, and that was the order of things. And then they started fighting. And then that kicked off this. The divergent philosophies of the vampires and the Hilden fell into direct opposition, and ultimately these differences in method and intention tore them apart. Similarly matched in power, they turned their respective magical arts against one another. So you haven't had information like this in the series. You've had tapestries, you've had murals, you've had off-handed pieces of dialogue. Nothing to just say, this is how it was. A series of great wars flamed between the elder races for 1,000 years, and would come to destroy both, victor and vanquished alike. The conflict between them was of almost apocalyptic proportions. As the onslaught escalated, the Hilden neared completion of their ultimate weapon, the Defiance, with which they could threaten to loose destruction upon the land and prevail against the vampires. Only one component was necessary for them to complete the device: a vampire, whose blood and life energy would power the machine. Janos. The Binding. At the climax of the last Great War, the vampires pooled their collective magical energy to cast a massive collective spell, which resulted in the banishment of the Hilden away from the physical world, imprisoning them in the extra-dimensional demon realm. The extra-dimensional demon realm. The instrument of their banishment, the binding, was the pillars themselves. The pillars were magically and instantaneously created as a physical manifestation of the spell. Okay, well, that's the most outright expositional explanation of what the pillars are. I have heard it before, to some degree. But that like clears shit up, right? The pillars were the spell that banished the Hilden. As the Hilden were shunted away into the demon realm, the 9 self-generated pillars of Nosgoth shot up from the bowels of the earth, up through the soil, and through the platform created by the vampires for the binding rite, and infinitely up to the heavens. The Hilden, the 9 pillars, shot up through the bowels of the earth, through the soil, and through the platform created by the vampires, and then infinitely up to the heavens. So the pillars went from hell to heaven? Okay. When the pillars were created, a timeless process was set into motion. Each of the 9 pillars selected a guardian to represent and protect it. And as long as these 9 guardians remained pure, the binding remained secure. Okay. So the pillars were created by the spell, which banished the Hilden. Cool. And then they became sentient, rose up through the soil into the heavens, and started picking humans, which at the time that they were created didn't exist. This must have taken a while to happen. I don't know, man. We start to get into, this is a stretch territory, I think, whenever they try to retcon and reconcile events that took place in the first game, which they can't get rid of, and then blend it in with what happens in Soul Reaver. It starts getting too wishy-washy, and that's where it really starts to feel like we've over-explained what happened and made some leaps. Which, you know, they're making shit up. Right?
Almost as old.
G'day, Togs. How are you, mate? What's going on, dude? 108. Cheers, cunt. Here's to all of us being here, enjoying the good times. Smoke it, toke it, baby. Love you, mate. The explanations are lacking. I think that it does explain too much as well. I think it becomes really, what was soft world building becomes really hard world building when you give explanation to everything. And remember, although we live in a world today filled with morons who enjoy the lore, the explanation of things, more than the story, the plot, the dialogue, the things that happen. Remember, the lore was never meant to exist. In good storytelling, the lore doesn't exist. Just the story. The lore only exists as a way for the writer of the story to create a world that the story lives in. But these days, we want a more granular explanation of every single fake bullshit thing that never fucking happened in a fake bullshit world that never existed. That only, again, lived for the reason of a story that now needs to be over-explained for, I don't know, I think people enjoy the feeling of, I experience it now with Warhammer, where everyone keeps telling me to listen to Warhammer lore videos. And I'm like, I'm just going to read the books with characters, inciting incidents, plot, drama, growth, development, all of the things that stories have, you know? Imagine Shakespeare's worlds just being ripped apart and the lore behind Romeo and Juliet. Anyway, I do not need everything explained to me. Yeah, lore's great, but I want story. In a perfect world, and if you study writing, you are taught your lore is for you, the writer. It's not for anybody else. And the reason is, you want your reader, right, to read the story and feel like there was something that happened before the story. A whole world of events happened before your story. And a whole perceived, imaginary world of events happen after your story ends. Because having the before and the after supports your story. It makes it feel real and alive. Makes it feel like it happened in a real place, yeah? But you don't ever look behind the curtain. You don't need to know what happens next. You don't need to know what happened before. The illusion of those things is what... But not in today's world. Not in today's world of selling IP, you know? Today, everyone wants to know what's behind the curtain. They want to see what's behind the curtain. There's merchandise to sell from characters behind the curtain, you know? And it's just getting stupid now. And this feels like that. It feels like we've gone way too... You know what it feels like? The best example ever that everybody uses. Alien. Like Aliens, you can feel the story of Prometheus there, you know? The questions. But once you actually get the answers, you get Prometheus. Everybody loved that. You know? I need to know where the xenomorphs come from. I need to know they're in the same universe as the Predators. I need all this crossover. I need all this marketing, merchandise, hype, shit. The Matrix, great example as well. The first Matrix set up a beautiful world, and then the second and third over-explained it to the point of making it horrible. Yeah. I still don't mind those films. I think they got some really good fucking scenes in them, you know, but as far as the story goes, it wasn't needed to tell the story. The story was told in the Matrix. You could feel before and you could feel after. You knew what was happening. Take Westworld, the television adaptation of Westworld, season 1, like where that ends, you know what happens next. You don't need to know what happens to see what happens. You know what happens, yeah? The robots escape the park and destroy the humans. The end, yeah? They were the oppressed, and now they become the oppressors in a, you know, Terminator fucking world. Terminator, another series that went way too far over explaining shit that didn't need to be explained. It's part of our the very thing that makes lore so good for our stories is the very thing that ruins it, because we can't help ourselves. We can't help but look behind the curtain. Maybe the best example is a magician, you know? Once you know how the trick's done, it's not interesting anymore. The same thing with story, I think. The same thing with lore. Once you see Star Wars, oh my god. Yeah. Did anyone feel satisfied that they know how Vader become Vader? I don't think anything was added with those 3 prequels. I'm not talking about the new shit. I could give a fuck, but we deserved the prequels because we wanted to know what happened. We wanted to know, how did Anakin Skywalker become Darth Vader? But the reality is, the reason why those stories started at episode 4, episode 5, and episode 6 was exactly this reason. You didn't need episode 1, 2, and 3. They weren't stories of their own. They simply existed to support the story of Star Wars, the story of Luke Skywalker, the story of the rebellion overcoming the Empire, you know? And the story, yeah, they'll never be good as the stuff we come up with, that because we add ourselves to it. That's right. We what we imagine. Yeah, it's too much. But it's so... We already knew, exactly. And what we didn't know, as Biz said, we imagine. And then it becomes our backstory, becomes our flavor, our interpretation. Once you over-explain everything, the interpretive element isn't relevant anymore. I don't need to wonder now. I know. Anyway, getting back to this, somebody mentioned that the and sorry, I ignored that. I just had to place it in the queue. That the Pillars of Nosgoth chose vampires for each of the pillars, and then humans once the vampires died out. So there is precedent. If the Guardian died, the Pillars would choose another one. The Pillars were crucial to sustaining the banishment of the Hilden. Okay, and this is where we start to bring it all back around now, okay? When Kain fucked with the balance, he allowed the Hilden to come back through, is what they're suggesting. However, the Hilden came back through before humans were on the planet. Because they were the initial humans, the cave-dwelling humans, were the first of the new Hildens. Like, we had generations and generations of humans born in the Hilden city, right? So there may be some issue here that I'm not... Maybe they're not specifically implying that that's what happened, but it's if the pillars were weakened, the binding was loosened. But the Hilden were already here, right? I guess we'll find out more. The Blood Curse. At the moment of their banishment, the Hilden retaliated by unleashing a counter curse upon the vampires. The affliction which befell the vampires transformed their race into parasitical blood drinkers, the irony being their degradation from preservers of life to predators. A counter curse, that's what we get? The non-magic wielders? So the magic race, light and magic, used all of their species and all of their power to create a curse that would rid the world of this entire other species and simultaneously create sentient pillars that would choose representatives to keep the pillars alive. Okay, complicated curse, but whatever. And then the Hilden counter-cursed that shit? They Fusrodard back right as they were getting cursed? I need to know more about this counter-curse and how it was... it's being glazed over here, but if we're going to bring it in, I need to know more about how this happened. The ancients were now vampires in the traditional sense, preying upon primitive humans who were... Yeah, primitive humans. Humans are just coming up. The species is just coming to light for sustenance and recoiling from the life-giving light. So they were once of the light, now they fear the light. And they're drinking the blood of humans, which is using other species as tools and material, which is exactly what the Hilden did before. So the Hilden cursed the ancients to become them, basically. Turned into immortal creatures of darkness, vulnerable to the natural elements they had revered. They agonized in their pathos. But the Hilden too would begin to be deformed, swept away from the material realm and sealed in this strange plane of existence. They found that the influence of this hellish place warped their appearances, devolving them into emaciated parodies of their former beauty. Would you use the Star Wars example if George Lucas had started the series with episode 1? As far as I'm aware, he only started with 4 due to budgetary restraints. Maybe. I don't know. How the fuck am I supposed to answer that? I can't live in another fucking timeline, dickhead. All I can say is it illustrates a pretty good fucking example at this point, doesn't it? That you don't need any of the shit that happens in the prequels for the story of Luke Skywalker being the one thing that the Rebel Alliance finally needed to overthrow the Empire. Right? A story that starts back in Andor, we now know, but really, the story from the whole universe of Star Wars was, is, and always will be the point in time where Luke Skywalker entered it. Because he was the catalyst that overthrew the Empire, right? How the Empire came to be is something that we can infer because the Empire exists and is oppressing people. We know it came to be because here it is. Will it rise again from the ashes? Perhaps. Again, we have a past we can infer information from, and we have a future we can imagine information about, which is a fun practice for an intelligent mind to imagine what might come next. It is seeing what comes next and seeing where it came from that takes all the imagination out of it and adds what? Is Star Wars 4, 5, and 6, Star Wars, is it better? Now that we've got 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, and 9. It's just a good example because it starts at 456. That's all. But I can't pretend to live in another universe where it's called 1, 2, and 3, and I don't use that example. There are so many other good examples as well that I already gave you 2, right? I assume you didn't have issues with those. Just the Star Wars one because of the 456. I grew up in a world where 1 to 3 already existed. It's an interesting point. I guess you did. I imagine you can imagine what it was like for the 30 years before that. 20 years before that. But fair. But people said the same thing about Empire when it came out. That the story was already over. Because the Death Star was destroyed? Is that what you mean? So the whole story of Star Wars to them, in this hypothetical you've just created, was the Death Star was created by the Empire, and the Death Star was the Empire. And once the Death Star was destroyed, the Empire ceased to exist? That's... I mean, maybe they did, but they would be fucking idiots, wouldn't they? To think that the entire Empire which built a Death Star vanishes from existence once the Death Star is destroyed? Is that the story? None of the bad guys got defeated. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I just say that because I know there's 2 more, but maybe if it was just one story, it was just Star Wars, and there's a big victory fanfare ending, and I agree, Uthi, but devil's advocate, I can see what he's going for. I think it's a stretch, Chaos, but so tired of prequels and origin stories. They're so fucking boring and the same. Yeah, but people love them. Anything you get from 1 to 3 and 4 to 6 is Obi-Wan and Darth Vader's rivalry? Yeah. But you already had that. You had Obi-Wan and Darth Vader's rivalry in A New Hope. You just didn't see it, you know? It's a stretch, but it's still a bookended story. I think all good stories are bookended. That's what we were talking before about the new Spider-Verse film and how it just ends in the middle of a cutscene, right? Like it's... You can have stories that have multiple battles that win the war, which is what it is. If all we had was a Star Wars first movie, a lot would assume that. You're probably right, but I think... I don't think that story ends. The story of an evil galaxy-spanning empire who builds a super weapon, and then the weapon gets destroyed by the rebels, doesn't feel like the end. It feels like the first real moment where the rebels fight back. In what will... the first battle they win, in what will be a war they win. But I understand what you're saying. It's very much the style of Lucas at the time. Look at Raiders. Yeah, I guess Raiders is a complete story. You don't need it. But then, if you look at Raiders, then Temple of Doom, then Last Crusade, is there an overarching story that is completed? No. They are single-shot adventures with a character. They're character-driven stories. Star Wars isn't. It's a drama. It's a space opera, as they call it. But it's a story. And that story begins in A New Hope and it ends in Return of the Jedi. Why does it begin in A New Hope? Because that's where Luke Skywalker comes in, our protagonist. There's no need to watch Luke Skywalker grow up on Tatooine. It comes in right as Luke Skywalker joins the Rebel Alliance, and it ends right as Luke Skywalker and co. destroys the Empire. That's the story. Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, all wrapped up in a nice, neat little bow, right? Indiana Jones doesn't have that. I can say this easily with hindsight, is what you're saying, and I know, but it does seem to me a good example of what we're illustrating here. Anyway, the Hilden have been mentioned, but again, none of the events of Blood Omen 2 have been mentioned. Only the Hilden before. The 10th Guardian. Over time, the original vampires began to die out. The Pillars, with a will of their own, still called Guardians after the vampires were gone. But now the Guardians born were human. Here we go. The protection of the Pillars passed into human hands and human history. And their original vampire origins were lost in the shrouds of myth and religion. Only one vampire survived and remained, the 10th Guardian chosen for a sworn task after the 9 Pillars. The duty of the 10th was to keep and guard the Reaver, the vampire-forged weapon prophesied to be wielded by a champion against the Hilden, until the champion arrived to claim it. This Guardian, Janos Audron, waited faithfully for millennia, his hopes resting in the coming of this Messiah. So as we illustrated before, they created the Soul Reaver, right? And we first saw murals of it surrounding the Pillars in Soul Reaver 2, maybe Soul Reaver 1, Soul Reaver 2, I think. And it's like the angels are fighting the demons, and they use the Soul Reaver to destroy them. And we think this happened thousands of years ago, but actually, and quite beautifully, it's a mural depicting the future. Not the future as in 500 years after you see it in Soul Reaver 2 later, or in Blood Omen, or in the future of that, but in the future even of that. The future being the present of Soul Reaver 2, which is Raziel, right? I think it's quite cute that you're looking at what you think is the past, angels fighting demons, and in fact, you're looking at your own future. Very cool. That's it. That's all we get. So again, no Blood Omen 2 references whatsoever. I think they're just fucking ignoring it. Let's see. An eon of decline. Give me a sec. I want to grab some water. The possibility for more without the promise. Yeah, well, that's the possibility for more without the promise is all that future shit I'm talking about, right? You don't give them more, but a good story makes you imagine more. That's because of good world building, what we call lore today, and it's never to be seen by the audience. Unless you're in the business of shoveling slop down the throats of moronic fanatics. It's so funny how Disney decided to undestroy the Empire. Oh, the Emperor, basically making it so that Anakin was in fact not the chosen one. Oh, I don't give a fuck about Star Wars story, man. Jesus. I'll be back in a sec. Sorry, I went for a piss as well. None of you can't say a fucking word to each other when I'm not here anymore. Never. It's such a weird, different time for Twitch, you know? Not a single fucking cunt had anything to say about Star Wars after Franz started talking about the story of it. It's just such a strange time to be on this platform. If you grew up on it like I did, it's evaporated. I realize we're talking about games and movies here in regards to lore, but what are your thoughts regarding how books inform the reader about their lore? I can't imagine it's very easy to explain stuff like that without sometimes just resorting to straight exposition. I'd need a specific example, but books were the original, creators of this concept. You read a book, and when you finish, you wish there was more. And you think about what it must have been like before. Because you start in the middle of something, you know? Malazan Book of the Fallen, which I started recently. What did I read before that? The Cosmere, Stormlight Archives, Mistborn. The first couple chapters, and in many cases, the first couple books, are about setting the scene. It's about you getting familiar with the world that you're living in, the characters that live in it, what is possible, what isn't possible. Sort of aligning yourself with the struggles of the time, you know, and the peoples that are experiencing those struggles. But you can always see behind with your imagination. But you don't usually get to flash back. You know, the story's always going forward. There are exceptions to that rule. For example, the 5th book of Malazan goes back in time. But really, just back, it feels like it's going back in time a long time, but it's actually just going back a little bit on another continent that you didn't know was there. And then the next books are about weaving that extra, so it's like one story and then a second story and then a third story and then bringing those stories together, you know, but they were always there. You're not going behind, but you're constantly reminded that there is a behind, that there was stuff that happened before. It's always making references to shit that happened in the past that you weren't there to see all the time. So it feels the same to me. It's about referencing events that took place in the history of the world that you are in, that you never got to see, and you never will. Only because it's those very references that allow you to understand the gravity, the weight of the events that are taking place in the story that you are reading. That's it. That's why it exists. It's reference material to support the current adventure, the current story. New Spring in Wheel of Time, that's actually a prequel. That's not part of the 14 books of Wheel of Time. It's a literal prequel. Yeah. It's a side... it is more like a cherry. It's so small, so quaint. And it's really just about how two characters met. But it is, straight up, a prequel. Luckily, it's one tiny little snippet of the past, you know? You don't have to read it to enjoy the series at all, but it kind of, you know, it can flavor and color a couple of little events. Hey, Hijinks, how are you, man? You just finished Stormlight? Nice, man. It's good, right? Good shit. Tolkien made entire maps and the Silmarillion as lore, history, and background, just so the stories themselves can exist inside a world that feels real. You don't have to read the Silmarillion to enjoy the presence of the lore in the background. Basically, what he's done is go further than anybody else before in creating the lore that you're not supposed to read, but then allowing you to read it because it became its own thing in becoming something so big. And I believe Tolkien's Silmarillion would be the exception that proves the rule. That's how it feels to me. Playing Pragmata? Aye, nice. I'm kicking off my Pragmata stream tonight instead of this morning so I can play this. But I'll be there soon to check it out. Are you enjoying it? Getting through the third Mistborn? Yay, after your fucking Wheel of Time adventures. What do you think so far? In the meantime, 3 eons, an eon of decline. Okay, vampires, the Dark Gift, humans, the Heart of Darkness, the Vampire Purges, the Unspoken, Hero of Prophecy. It's going through Nosgoth Cosmology, the Wheel of Fate. Yeah, we have to read this shit. We got to. We got to, because if we don't do it now, we won't do it later. And we've come this far. So this is less the first day of Defiance and more the first deep recap into the events of the previous 4 games and the setting the stage for the Defiance, huh? Hey Kain, time for me to mention the Prince of Nothing. I'm just now realizing the similarities that it has with Legacy of Kain. Interesting. The Prince of Nothing. Well, you're mentioning it again. I better take note, eh? Three fantasy novels. Why is it so poorly rated? Because of the lack of strong female characters. Basically, all the women are prostitutes. Perfect. I'll love it. It seems well rated to me. I don't know what that Reddit post is about. Seems good. Run's great. Shooting mechanics are fun. I'm a simple guy. Okay. Alright. So, we've been given a very clean explanation of the players in the game, which wasn't available up until this point. Let's go into more story, I guess. The vampires. Nosgoth's present-day vampire population is derived from former humans. All those turned from the light have received the vampiric curse from a siring vampire, which relates them to the bloodline of the ancient vampires. The angels. These contemporary generations of vampires have come to embrace and revel in the predatory bloodthirst that drives them, regarding it not as the blood curse, but the dark gift, a power whose temptations must be indulged. So whereas the original vampires, the original angels, felt that they had been cursed, the human-born vampires feel like they've been given a gift. Physically stronger than humans, fledgling vampires can be distinguished by their characteristic fanged teeth, pointed ears, and golden eyes. As they evolve, adult and elder vampires develop cloven hands and feet in the likeness of the ancients, but adopt an increasingly monstrous visage. Vampires are universally vulnerable to the touch of water and the light of the sun. The dark gift manifests differently in each vampire, granting every individual unique traits. Though humans, though a comparatively young and once insignificant species, humans have risen to become the current dominant civilization in Nosgoth. Like the contemporary generation of vampires, both Kain and Raziel originated as humans. Despite their relative frailty, Nosgoth's human population has turned a tenacious will to survive, and sheer strength in numbers, to their advantage over the centuries, having forcefully seized control of the Pillars and the Circle of Nine from the vampires who originated them. Forcefully? In recent history, the humans' territorial dominion has continued to expand, and feudal divisions have gradually fallen by the wayside in lieu of an impetus to greater unity. Consequently, their persecution of the vampire race, their collective enemy, has proven increasingly effective. I wonder why. The Heart of Darkness. As the vampire population grew and many fledglings hunted indiscriminately, the human circle took action to stem the vampiric tide. They instated the Order of the Sarafan, a monastic sect of warrior priests, to mercilessly exterminate the vampire clans. The Sarafan's genocidal crusade, known as the Vampire Purge, lasted over a century and resulted in the near extinction of Nosgoth's vampire races. At the height of the Purge, the same era in which Kain's journey begins, Yanis Aldrin was hunted down and killed by the Sarafan. We were there, locked out of the room, right after we met him as Raziel, who tore his living heart out of his body. The original Raziel, human Raziel, did. His demise brought about the extinction of the ancient vampire race. The Sarafans secreted away their stolen trophy and christened it the Heart of Darkness. Raziel believes that only Janos can unravel the mystery of his fate. Willful as ever, he is determined to undo Janos' death, and thus seeks to reclaim the Heart of Darkness, despite Kain's frantic efforts to dissuade him. Okay, I'm trying to reconcile that again with the events of Blood Omen 2, where secretly the Sarafan are actually run by the Hilden, not humans, as at this point it believes that they are, and they have kidnapped Janos Aldrin before he is murdered by the humans. And they've kept him in a machine called the Device, a machine that did exist way back when the angels were fighting them for the first time, and still exists today, powered now by Janos, who was kidnapped, believed dead, but not actually dead, kept inside the Sarafan's secret city out on the ocean, built around the portal that allowed them to get back in through the other dimension, and is being used to create a way to turn all humans into energy, which they will use to wipe out the vampires and anybody else and take control of the planet. Is BloodCon 2 just retconned here? I don't know. I can't quite tell if they're retconning the events of Blood Omen 2 or just ignoring the events of Blood Omen 2 entirely. It's hard. It's quite cleverly done. In that it's lacking the specificity required to make that call, I think. Or at least I haven't clued onto it yet. Because we know Janos was hunted down and killed by Raziel, right? But at that time, would he also have supposed to have been inside the Sarafan city? No. Because Kain released him from the Sarafan city years before he resurrected the Sarafan lords as his lieutenants? If we're to say Blood Omen 2 happened before that event, right? I think that's right. Is the device like running and it takes a while? Well, as we know, through Blood Omen 2, Kain destroyed it and sent the Sarafan Lord back into hell, back into the demon realm, and then went on to take control of Nosgoth. Right? I think Blood Omen 2 fits neatly into that big gap of 1,000 years of Kain ruling the world. I think. The vampire purges. With the vampire population having dwindled to near extinction, and with heavy losses on both sides, the Sarafan were gradually disbanded. but these old wounds represented naught but mere failure to a renewed and rising vampire hunting regime in answer to King William the Just's assassination some centuries later, with Mobius himself at the helm. The original Blood Omen story that we know. In the era of Mobius's genocidal vampire purge, the time of Kain's youth, hunters flocked to serve as soldiers in the Time Streamer's mercenary army. Unlike the Sarafan who preceded them, the vampire hunters were more cutthroat militia than orderly army. But what they lacked in organization, they more than made up for in zealous brutality. And it was this very war that Raziel witnessed when he went back in time that ignited his hatred for humans before learning that he was once one of them. Or perhaps, no, he knew he was a human, just didn't know he was Sarafan. By the time Kain joined its number, the vampiric race had been driven to the brink of extinction once more. Their impaled corpses littered the land, and Vorador, their eldest surviving patriarch, was among the last of his kind. The Hilden race stands all but forgotten, both within and without the circle. Even the mere recitation of their name becoming forbidden taboo among the Guardians. Though still banished by the Pillar's sorcery, they have devised other means to influence events within Nosgoth. So they haven't built a city in the middle of the ocean yet? As the pillars decay, the binding weakens. The membrane between the dimensions grows thin, enabling some Hilden insurgents to possess the mouldering flesh of corpses. They may enter the physical world in this form, rising from the grave to assail Kain and Raziel. The Hilden have also, to various degrees, obtained the ability to possess living hosts and subvert them to their cause. Typically, this involves the invasion of the host by a transient disembodied Hilden soul. Once a vessel is successfully overtaken, the effects can be varied. Okay. Lighter possessions merely increase the strength and ferocity of the victim, whilst the heaviest can not only repurpose the mind for their own uses, but the very skin and bone as well. In these heaviest of cases, the body of the host is twisted and disfigured into monstrous size and deformity. Are they trying to retcon in all of the bad guys we've been fighting throughout, all the demons and monsters? We're just Hildens possessing corpses the whole time? The tendrils of the Hilden's influence permeate the land, not least when the sorcerers unwisely choose to commune with them. They wish only that their ancient enemies and their enemies' descendants be annihilated, and that the binding be destroyed in order to escape exile and reclaim Nosgoth. Hey Anubis, how are you, mate? Safe travels. Yeah, Chaos, fair enough, man. Enjoy Stormlight more. I think it goes places, Mistborn. You might be surprised, but it gets pretty fucking crazy soon. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that's all about, but it's the most Blood Omen 2 didn't exist thing in this game so far. The hero of prophecy, the elemental forces. After the Reaver's forging, the original vampire weapon masters constructed 7 great elemental reaver forges for their champion to find, be tested by, and conquer. Each forge was architected around the theme of a particular element. These ordeals were purpose-built to test the Reaver Bearer's unique abilities. Soul Reaver 2. The elements are set in order by the 9 principles represented by the pillars in a cosmogenic mandala. These forces are air, governed by mind and dimension, fire by conflict and nature, earth by energy and time, and water by states and death. Air and fire are aligned with light, earth and water with darkness. Spirit, the central element, is associated with balance. The forges were intended to imbue the physical Reaper blade with elemental powers, though the ancient vampires never foresaw nor conceived of the Reaver as a disembodied wraith blade. It fortunately matters not. They have the same effect as intended on Raziel's symbolic weapon. That was the end. Started at 5. Okay. Though the pillars continue to keep the Hilden locked away in the demon realm, the binding also effectively ensures their immortality. Meanwhile, the Circle of Nine, now co-opted by humanity, would launch genocidal crusades against Nosgoth's vampires. Ironic, given they were the guardians of a monument created by their supposed enemies. Blood Omen 2 explains this by saying that a Hilden was at the head of the Sarafan the whole time. The Scion of Balance is the messianic figure prophesied by the ancient vampires, who is destined to return the pillars to vampiric rule. Kain has reason to believe that he himself is this legendary hero, that he was ordained to restore the pillars to their rightful inheritors, and that his intended destiny has been railroaded by Mobius. Janos, on the other hand, interpreted Raziel as the champion of his race, vaguely represented in prophecies as a blue-skinned, idealized, winged hero with eyes of fire. If these long-forgotten premonitions hold truth, who is truly destined to redeem Nosgoth, and by what means? Curious take. The Reaver. The original vampires.
Well now, he is an old one.
Whoa!
Almost as old as
There it
me.
is, Jinxie. There it fucking is. The country, darling. The full bloody lap. The big 100. Thank you very much. A long-ass motherfucking time to be paying for a cunt on the internet to play video games. I hope you still enjoy watching. I hope ripping these things apart, trying to understand them, still brings you some joy. Thank you. I'm good. I'm very good. Thank you. I've just been sick for like a week, but I've come out of it refreshed and ready. Did some Crimson Desert last night. We're going to do Pragmata tonight. We'll see where we go from there. The original vampires had the Reaver forged as a formidable weapon to be used against the Hilden, if and when they managed to return. The vampires' legends and prophecies foretold of a champion who would arrive to claim the blade and wield it against their enemies. The Reaver was forged in adherence to prophecy, an undulating blade over 5 feet long with a distinctive hilt and a fanged skull. With this new magic, the ancient weaponsmiths enchanted the Reaver to be a vampiric weapon, draining the victim's body of its blood. The Reaver was specially forged as a weapon against the Hilden. It was ensorcelled so that the vampire's greatest enemy was particularly vulnerable to its attacks. Kain currently wields this incarnation of the blade, having claimed it when he changed history by preventing it from consuming Raziel's soul. For now. The Soul Reaver is the sword that the Reaver is fated to become. In its future, a ravenous spirit will be consumed by, and imprisoned within, its shell, transforming it from a blood-drinking blade to a soul-stealing weapon. Kain first discovered the Soul Reaver as a fledgling vampire, the sword having been planted in Avernus's cathedral by Mobius for him to discover. The unique nature of the Soul Reaver enabled Mobius to manipulate Kain into altering history for his own ends. a power which Kain has studied and learned to turn against Mobius over the centuries, in his own equally calculated bid to master destiny. Having wielded the Soul Reaver for eons, Kain fatefully raised it against Raziel in their confrontation at the Pillars. The ancient blade, believed to be indestructible, irrevocably shattered against Raziel when Kain attempted to strike him down. Kain, for his part, seemed not stunned, but strangely satisfied with this shocking outcome. For it confirmed that the sole captive within the blade had been none other than Raziel's, unable to devour itself. Dun dun dun! Soul Reaver 2. The Wraith Blade is the final future incarnation of the Soul Reaver, and the last eventual manifestation of Raziel's soul in this hellish cycle of his destiny, no longer bound to the vanquished corporeal prison of the sword. When Kain shattered the Soul Reaver against Raziel, the soul-devouring sentience captive in the blade was released, and bound itself to Raziel as a Wraith Blade, becoming his symbiotic weapon. Unbeknownst to Raziel, until the most fateful of moments, this ravenous entity was his own future self, twinned and bound eternally to him. Kain sought to change history by preventing the Reaver Blade from consuming Raziel's soul. Raziel cynically realizes that he can never escape this terrible destiny. Kain has merely postponed it. But why precisely is his soul, of all others in Nosgoth, ordained to join with the blade? Why indeed? Finally, Nosgoth's cosmology, and perhaps the Elder God's role. The Wheel of Fate. The Wheel of Fate is the doctrine of the Elder God, the inexorable cycle of birth and death and rebirth. As souls pass into the spectral realm and are inevitably devoured therein by the Elder's agents, they are born anew, supposedly purified, as the wheel turns. To the Elder, vampires are an abomination. Their souls remain stagnant, trapped within their immortal bodies. The plague of their kind, in the view of the Elder and its minions at least, obstructs the flow of life and death, and leeches the land of its spiritual strength. Raziel, despite previously serving the Elder, has become convinced that it represents a far greater parasitic force than the vampire race, thriving in the prevalence of madness and misery, and that the wheel represents an endless, cycling trap. He has little option but to churn it. However, as the devourer of souls, he too sustains the Elder with each and every spirit he consumes. Destiny? History abhors a paradox. Fatalism is a norm within Nosgoth. Every creature is subject to the controlling hand of destiny. The time stream follows a conversation of reality, conversation of reality, which is near impossible to divert. Under ordinary circumstances, it is impossible. All souls are bound to one predestined path, and free will, in effect, is an illusion. Drop a stone into a rushing river, the river simply courses around it and flows on as if the obstruction were never there. Should one travel back in time, they will inevitably find that their actions in the past cannot alter history, for they always traveled back in time and were compelled to. The continuum of history in this world is fundamentally too strong, too resilient to be derailed, which is where we had two different versions of time travel in the first game, and then after that, one that suggested that time can be changed, split off into a different river, and then one that said no, it was just an avoidance, and that everything that has happened will continue to happen, and Raziel being the Soul Reaver, etc. But there's some confusion now as to whether or not that's the case. Free will. Though Nosgoth's history is essentially immutable, there is a loophole. If a specific phenomenon can be arranged, it may displace history enough to change events. The threads of reality will endeavor to sew themselves up such that no gaping paradoxes remain. But history will have changed. The necessary extraordinary occurrence is the convergence of the Soul Reaver with itself in time. If one can arrange for two incarnations of the Soul Reaver to appear at the same time and place, history can be altered. And that implies that Kain, sitting there in his Mobius time palace for hundreds of years, uncovered this loophole with the Soul Reaver and set into motion a series of events that would allow for a small, genuine shift in the continuum of time, an actual change in history. Feels like they were combing the lore from the series in an attempt to answer all the unanswered questions and try and fix the inconsistencies or ignore them entirely. Some of it works and some of it feels shoehorned and forced. Couldn't have said it better myself. Some of it seems completely ignored too. And Raziel, as Reaver Incarnate, possesses a singularly unique nature, intertwined with his own future self. He alone is unbound by fate, the sole being empowered with the free will necessary to divert the time stream. Maybe because of the prophecy that the angels set forward? Time travel can exist, but the mechanism by which it happens sews up all plot holes. Yeah, I mean, that's what's happened here. That they've managed to tell a very compelling and interesting story with it makes most of it irrelevant to me. But I am curious as to which leaps they've taken and where and why. But Mobius and Kain know how to change history. That it requires a convergence of Soul Reavers in time, because Mobius has done this before, and realize the potential of using him to arrange these momentous incidents. Raziel, meanwhile, now realizes the power he wields and seeks to take command of his own destiny. The coin is still turning and hasn't landed on its edge. Okay. The rest is all still locked. Received Arcane Tomb is why I came into this menu an hour ago, 2 hours ago.
Balance emblem.
Box art concepts for the first game in the series, Blood Omen, The Legacy of Kain. Confidential. Change to something at the top there. That's a gorgeous scan. Wow. Yeah. Nice. That's fun. Thank you for reading. I quite enjoyed it. You're welcome. I think this is the stuff that makes Twitch so uniquely interesting for me, and it had over the years, being able to do deep dives into a game like this and just take our time over months, you know, do a full series and get all the bits and put it all together and then come out of it with this. I mean, many of you have played this series before, but perhaps not had these things read to you. Or maybe these things didn't exist before and Defiance has only just added them. And oh, sorry, the Defiance Remaster has only just added them, so. Fatalistic Emperor, SRX Kain, Forsaken Master. Okay. Cheers. I'm feeling a lot better, little cat dog. Yeah. Feeling much better. Thank you. Okay. So, the two questions I went into that whole schmozzle with were Blood Omen 2, how did the events of it change the events of change how we perceive the events of the story of everything before it? And 2, who the fuck is the Elder God? When the fuck did he get to this realm? And why the fuck are humans so important to his existence? And neither of those fucking questions were answered at all. The first one was all but completely ignored. Only in one case was it perhaps trying to insinuate that we're just not doing Blood Omen 2. That didn't happen. Different timeline, whatever. And the Elder God mentioned was just, yeah, he was pissed off at the vampires. Which makes me feel like he wasn't there when the angels were fighting the demons, if you will. I liked Razzo because he looked cool. I always thought Kain was a bit of a dick. He's kind of badass. He's kind of badass. If you've come to the whole story with this cunt, he's fucking amazing. And now he's eating something off the floor. Nice. All right. Seraphim. Oh, was that killing me? Or was I sitting there losing health? I think I might have just been sucking my health out. Uh-oh. Oh, I was down here before. I only went up there for that. Doge! Finally, a door I can kick. Quick, I need to get some health from some people. I actually left people alive for this very reason. But yeah, my orb was all shiny before. And now it's all, like, looking bad. Oh! Nope, don't do that. Hold on a second. What now? That drawbridge. Oh, I'm fucked. Too bad we can't stay, baby. Really, really fucking glad they had that encyclopedia in there. Like, I was just at that point where I really, really wanted to go, because I've done that a few times throughout this series. Gone over all the events again and made them make sense, you know? But having it listed out like that really felt like, I don't know, getting some answers. They did a great job with these remasters. They look fantastic. Funny you should say that because this is the original. This is... Whoa. This is the remaster. I just changed costumes. I realize now. that I'd gone with Forsaken Master. This is the remaster. What you've been looking at is the OG game the whole time. Isn't that funny? But we were doing some comparisons before, and we just felt like the OG looked better. Obviously, it's upscaled and shit, yeah. So I don't know. I still think the OG looks better. I'm still vibing on it. But isn't that funny? Okay, we came up here. I thought I left some more humans behind, but maybe it was further back. Yeah, the Soul Reaver ones have the toggle as well. It's really fucking great. I got here too long ago, I had no idea. No, dude, Gluteus, I know, it's funny as fuck that you say that, right? Obviously, because it's not the fucking remaster, but it is obviously upscaled. It's even without the new textures, it's still a remaster. It's fucking running at 2K and fucking, you know, God knows what frame rate. But yeah, it's like it's smooth as butter. But yeah, the actual texturing work that they did in this one, I think looks pretty shit. In this room, it's barely fucking changed as well, you know? I'd rather the older look, to be honest. Even here, like looking at the decorations, I still prefer the older look there. Obviously, there's like snow and stuff on the top of the... I don't know. I like this. I like this nicer. All right, let's try this again. I got a little bit of health. Oh, it angles. It fucking angles at you. That's crazy. It's some fucking updated traps. Checkpoint activated. Right on time.
Locked. What a love of doors these pathetic humans have.
Huh. This is the cathedral where Raziel first tries to kill Kain with the Soul Reaver and can't, I think. Where William the Just's memorial is held. I think. This is where the Soul Reaver was kept. Or something. Shit. Come here. Oh, yeah. Fuck you. Come here. Oh, yes. I'm out of telekinetic juice. Said I can throw them on spikes as well, right? Oh, that's so cool. It's one of the most fun powers in the series. I let go too early. Oops. It's very satisfying. Okay, so we need an upgraded Soul Reaver. That's why we're here, right? An emblem, yeah.
This emblem was unmistakably of vampire origin and designed to enhance the Reaver's power. But this coincidence seemed too convenient. Mobius clearly meant for me to find
He's
it.
glued onto his shit, huh?
Sound the alarm! Vampire! Don't let him escape!
Surround him! Surrender, fiend, and we will promise you an easy death.
I could promise you the same, but it would be a lie.
Ring menu for current goals and artifacts.
Balance emblem. Balance emblem.
I don't know what I mean. Automatic combat mode targets enemies? Oh yeah. Nice. Oh, beautiful. Exit combat mode? Okay. Oh, nice. Oh! Holy shit! That's how you fuck up some fucking Seraphim bitches, man. Or are these Mobiuses at this point? These Time Lord bitches. Ooh. Getting some sick Yoda vibes. Love it.
Balance emblem.
Early model sheets for Kain from Blood Omen Legacy. Nice. Old school design as fuck. Early interface sketches? How it'll look when you're playing it? What a take on UI. Like, that's just so beautiful. What a treat this will be, just to look through. It's so weird though. It's Silicon Knights work being and like sketches being shown to us by Crystal Dynamics 20 plus years after they happened as little treats in a remake of their final game. Isn't that weird? It's cool as fuck for me, you know. But like from the development perspective, it seems odd. That's great though. I love it. Beautiful video game design. Yeah. Interface sketches. Back when like these screens, these menus were supposed to be artistic, not clean, formulaic, means to an end, right? An inventory now is a means to an end. Don't be clunky, don't be overly designed, just let me get my thing. You know, they're functions. These menus are all functions. But back in the day, they were art. I don't know about you, but I like that version better than Destiny. I drew that when I was a kid. Exactly, bro. Drawing that shit playing D&D and stuff. Amazing. That's my fucking jam. What's this? A brazier? Or something more? And is there a way up to get that, There's an item up there. But I don't see a climbable surface. It's kind of a weird door there. Maybe we need a power we don't have to activate that or something. Door there too. Curious. Now, with our upgraded Reaper, we should theoretically...
This barrier had a curious resonating effect on the Reaver.
Be able to smash it. TK yourself up there? Yeah. Oh. Oh, I can see my health now, though. Oh, good. Can I fucking grab your... No, I'm not gonna fuck around. I love how he bounced. Ah. Oh. Press Y to feed, was it? Oh, feed the Reaver. RB to feed yourself. Y to feed the Reaver. Oh, it's got lovely implications.
This door had been equipped with a singular lock, requiring an unusual key. Somehow, I would find it.
Hold and release X to cast the Reaver's spell? Oh, so once you feed the Reaver enough, you can do an AoE. Cool. Bum ba 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 bum bum ba 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 bum 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 ba ba bum ba ba bum bum ba. You get Zelda from that, man? I get Zelda from that. Okay, that's back out the way we came. That's the one door I didn't want to go through. Fuck. This new camera angle's pretty nice. Oh, it's a new camera angle? Is it? What was the old games like? More drawn out or? Okay. More drawn out and higher up. Okay, it makes sense. More in line with the Blood Omen flavor. Huh. Interesting. Let's just... excuse me. Although if I do that, I can't eat them, right? Oh, that dash. So sick. Yummy. Come here. And then one for me, one for the sword. No? Sword's already full. Sword doesn't need it. More for me. Magnifique. Hold right trigger and aim. Ah, yes. Which will allow us to get up. Very cool. Bit of fucking level design up your mate. You gonna let me out there? Is that one? That one's a bridge too far, is it? Yeah. Fair enough. More telekinetic energy. We need more of that shit. Like, get that bar up, mate. I want to be telekinesing my fucking way around this game, start to finish. It's great power fantasy, which is, you could say, power fantasy really is the core of this series. It's what it does best. When it's at its best, it's a power fantasy, and well, this one seems to know that. I haven't talked about Hunt for Gollum. No, I don't have a lot to say about Hunt for Gollum, other than
Well, now,
Andy Serkis deserves a
here's
chance
an old one,
to direct
almost as old as
a Lord of the Rings movie more than anybody else. And I'm so fucking glad. You know what? Maybe Guillermo del Toro. Andy Serkis second. And I'm really fucking excited to see what he does with it. Damage! Thanks for 64 months, mate. Cheers. It's one of those stories that doesn't need to be told sort of things. I believe it happens at the same... Like, it's during the Lord of the Rings tale that they hunt for Gollum. But it's not necessary for the story. It's a side story. So I'm not, thrilled. But Lee Pace as Ronduin is like, I'm a big Lee Pace fan after Foundation. So more Lee Pace, please. And yeah, I just really, Andy Serkis has been doing such fucking good shit in this industry for so long now. For him to get a crack at directing, that's what I'm excited about. We'll see how it goes. See how much, see how if he's competent at directing something like this. I'm a lot more excited about that than I am about whatever the fuck Colbert's doing. Colbert, whoever the fuck that talk show host that's not Conan O'Brien is doing with his son. His son, the screenwriter. Foundation's amazing. It's great, isn't it? Love it. Love it. Oh, double suck! Of course you can double suck. You're fucking Kain. You invented the dub suck. Feeds my Expanse nostalgia a bit. Yeah, for sure. It's got similar vibes. It's especially nice on a really big fucking TV with a really nice sound system. It's well put together. A lot of the special effects and stuff are outrageous. Well, I think I know where this goes. I think we were here before, right? This is just a path back to the door we can now open. The OG dub suck, exactly. Exactly. Oh, hey guys. Whoa! That's cool. How about some of this then? Oh, alright. Hey you. It's auto-targeting for me. And I don't know how to switch targets. Which is mildly infuriating.
Attack! Die, vampire!
Nice. Received cadaverous laceration. Left stick X. Executing a quick flurry of sweeping strikes, I am easily able to overcome multiple lesser opponents as their blood sprays across the air. That works too. Multiple lesser opponents, eh? I did play Heavenly Sword, yeah. Really? I didn't know that. How interesting. Had a foray in the video game world, did he? I missed my 10-year follow-anniversary. Thanks for 10 years, bro. Hey, Unleashed. Been playing Crypt and Rift of the Neck. Dude, banger after banger, eh? Good on you, mate. I hope you're enjoying it. Awesome. Fucking awesome, bro. Just checking. Thanks, my pleasure, mate. I fucking love this shit. I love this shit. And that enough people are willing to pay for it so that I can do it full time is a constant source of confusion and appreciation. But if there wasn't, I think I'd just work a normal job again. And still do this when I can. Because I like making this shit, man. It's more fun to enjoy video games with friends. It always has been. And I think Twitch is a really good embodiment of that concept. So cheers, brother. This September! Look at that.
Here's an old one.
Where are you going? I'm not done with you. What's this flurry shit? I think for the flurry shit to work, there has to be multiple people around. I think. When video gaming content was so much fun? Yeah, man. A bygone age now, I'm afraid. But that, you're right to mention that MVG, because it's that MVG spirit that I'm trying to keep alive as much as possible these days. Got me really melancholic about it when I was playing Neo again. And, yeah, just that... I don't know, I feel like my career is dwindling. My career as a streamer is dwindling, and I've been trying to do things over this year to improve it and to keep it alive so I can keep doing it full time. But now it's at that point, like, if it's going to be going down anyway, it might as well be going down doing what I love. And doing Twitch the way that I felt, the way that I liked Twitch back in the day, you know, and what I loved about it, which was pretty much just playing old games and hanging out with people and having a good time doing it, which I did for a lot of years. And then the kids come along and the house come along, and I started focusing a lot more on what are the big events that can carry it all. And I'm glad that I did. We had a lot of good years. But now I feel like the pendulum's swinging back the other way for me. Like if I'm going out anyway, because the platform's going out, because content creation, long form, interactive content creation is going out in lieu of short form, hyper engaging, drama fucking laden, new generation nonsense. Well, then I might as well go out doing what I want to do, you know? Now, it doesn't mean I don't have other obligations. I'm going to stop playing this right now because we're quite a bit over the 4 hours that I have allotted for it today. And then, in a few hours, I'm going to come back on stream and I'm going to check out Pragmata tonight because they're going to pay me a big fat fucking bag of money to do it. And it looks like a pretty cool fucking game anyway, so I'm happy to try it out.
Well,
and if it turns out to be good, I'll keep playing it.
Here's an old one. Almost as old as
$10! What's going on, cunt? Welcome back, man. Thanks for 53, and I will. Cheers, brother. As I say, even if I have to do it less to make money in another fulfill my obligations as a husband and a father and a human in other ways. That's okay. Honestly, this fucking gravy train went on a lot longer than I thought it would. That it became a full-time gig in the first place is still crazy to me, you know? Would you go, if you went back to a normal job and doing this on the side, have you thought about what job you would pursue? Yeah, I want to go back to school maybe next year. We'll see how it is with life and the baby and whatnot. To do teaching. Probably primary school teaching, believe it or not. Because I really like young, impressionable, moldable minds that don't have access to smartphones. And I like the idea of perhaps being an influence on those minds. A positive one. My version of positive.
Kain refused the sacrifice.
That's a possibility. If I can avoid doing that and just keep playing video games and painting minis and slowly drift into retirement, that's fine with me too. But if I got to do a couple decades of teaching, I can do it. And hopefully do this on the side. We'll see. Don't worry, Keys. I'm never going to quit. As I say, there's still certain games. So I may stream less. But at the moment, I don't have to. Again, my income from subs on Twitch is lower now than it has ever been before. Yeah. But it's still enough to pay my mortgage and my bills. And on top of that, I'm doing a Patreon, which is bringing in a little cash. And I got a second channel. XPTV. I'm going to send you over there right now, where people just watch my old VODs. I got some new versions of the old VODs with the chat. I'm editing those all the time. I just did the Obra Dinn ones last night. I edited those, so they'll be ready.
Smell of proper devotion. Welcome back,
G'day, Gerp.
old friend. We've missed you.
Thanks for the primer, mate. I appreciate it. Cheers. I got other shit cooking, you know, and I'll keep cooking up these little baby revenue streams that can and sponsored gigs. They're good. Tonight's Pragmata stream. Last weekend I had a Minos stream. I can look at new games or indie games and make some bucks on the side and add to it all. It all comes together to basically equal what I was getting just from sub revenue when it was at its peak. So I'm fine. I'm not going the way of the dodo just yet. And I'm going to do everything I can to try to make sure there's a future for doing this the way that I want to do it. But it's got to be that. It's got to be the way I want to do it. It can't be looking at the numbers all the time and only doing things that increase them and blah. It's got to be, why do you like getting up in the morning and working on Twitch? Because I get to do what the fuck I want. That's why I started with this shit. That's how I'm gonna end it. Can't kill what's dead? Go fuck yourself, you be the expert. Pains me that you have to pursue other opportunities. It's every industry, right? Wasn't it? I chose not to adapt. That was up to me. I just couldn't handle it. Been frequenting Peeves VOD channel. Good to have some more. Nice. Well, I would say, come watch some old VODs on the other channel, or just leave the tab open. Mute it in the top, leave it open, and help me farm a bit of extra revenue if you want. That's fine too. I won't say no to a little shameless revenue farming on Twitch's behalf in this late fucking, you know, late the end of the game, late era. It's fine. Whatever we can do to keep the bills paid. That's fine. And maybe one day, as someone said, this pendulum will swim back. Maybe.
Well, now,
Who knows?
here's an old
Maybe FromSoft will make a new fucking video game.
almost as old as
Huh? Huh? Where are you from? You've abandoned me. Dark Apollo. Thanks for 105, mate. Cheers. Good to see you. Hopefully you won't be expected to use AI. Oh, for grading? Yeah. I'll be back in a few hours to check out Pragmata if you're around. If not, might see you on the weekend. If not, Monday morning, same time, Legacy of Kain Defiance. I don't know about you, but I'm fucking pumped, man. This game's great. I can't wait to play more of it. I'll see you then. Thanks for watching.